Nggak dari sini aja, Pak. Oh, coba.
Pasal 31 Ayat 1 Undang-Undang Dasar 1945 yang menyatakan setiap warga negara berhak mendapat pendidikan. Universitas Pamulang hadir menjawab amanat undang-undang tersebut melalui pendidikan yang layak dan berkualitas serta terjangkau seluruh lapisan masyarakat. Universitas Pamulang yang terletak di Kota Tangerang Selatan menjadi perguruan tinggi swasta terbesar di Provinsi Banten. Universitas Pamulang berdiri sejak tahun 2000 oleh Yayasan Primajaya. Dan akhirnya alih kelola oleh Yayasan Sasmita Jaya pada tahun 2004. Yang dipimpin oleh Dr. Honoris Causa, Dr. Andus Haji Darsono. Memiliki visi menjadi universitas peringkat 40 besar pada tingkat nasional yang dilandasi oleh nilai humanis dan religius. Universitas Pamulang membawa misi menyelenggarakan pendidikan akademik dan profesi yang profesional berbasis humanis dan religius. Melaksanakan penelitian berbasis humanis dan religius yang menghasilkan inovasi untuk kesejahteraan masyarakat. Melaksanakan pengabdian kepada masyarakat yang merupakan implementasi penelitian berbasis humanis dan religius. Menyelenggarakan peningkatan kualitas sumber daya manusia yang kompeten dan profesional. Menyelenggarakan kerjasama dalam negeri dan luar negeri berbasis saling menguntungkan. Memiliki mahasiswa yang beragam dari berbagai wilayah Indonesia dan dosen yang memiliki kualifikasi akademik dan kompetensi pendidik, serta berkomitmen dalam melaksanakan Tridharma perguruan tinggi. Universitas Pamulang memiliki 3 kampus dengan lokasi yang strategis di tengah kota Tangerang Selatan. Saat ini, Universitas Pamulang memiliki 8 fakultas dan 1 program pasca sarjana dengan total 23 program studi. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, Fakultas Hukum, Fakultas Sastra, Fakultas Teknik, Fakultas Ilmu Komputer, Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam, Fakultas Agama Islam, Program Pasca Sarjana, Selain itu, Universitas Pamulang juga memiliki lembaga-lembaga pendukung dan penunjang dalam memberikan pelayanan serta mengimplementasikan Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi. Universitas Pamulang menerapkan kurikulum berbasis kerangka kualifikasi nasional Indonesia yang berorientasi Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka. Dengan teknik pembelajaran blended learning, menggunakan berbagai model yang sesuai dengan capaian pembelajaran. Untuk mengoptimalkan proses pembelajaran, Universitas Pamulang didukung dengan fasilitas yang representatif seperti ruang kelas, perpustakaan, laboratorium, studio, bengkel kerja, unit produksi, ruang berkesenian, unit kegiatan mahasiswa, lab school, ruang pimpinan perguruan tinggi, ruang dosen, ruang tata usaha, fasilitas umum terdiri dari masjid, gedung parkir, taman, auditorium, kantin, ATM, ruang pertemuan, klinik kesehatan, dan semuanya terintegrasi teknologi informasi serta ramah disabilitas.
Cek 1.
Hingga
Cek,
saat
1,
ini,
2,
Universitas Pamulang memiliki beragam
Cek,
capaian
1.
prestasi bidang akademik.
Cek 1, 2, 3.
14, Bre. 14. Salah tadi aku.
Cek 1, 2, 3.
Maupun bidang non-akademik. Capaian
Cek,
tersebut
1,
tidak terlepas
2.
dari komitmen seluruh pemangku kepentingan demi mewujudkan visi dan misi Universitas Pamulang.
14. Channel 14. Cek 1, 2, 3.
Teman-teman, itu kan bangkunya kelihatan kosong yang sebelah kanan. Boleh nggak kalau kita jarak satu-satu biar kelihatan penuh? Berjarak satu-satu aja, jangan dempet-dempetan. Kan kita distancing.
Tes 1. Cek 1 2 3.
Cek 1 2 3. Tes 1 2 3.
Cek. Cek 1 2 3.
Cek 1 2 3.
Cek 1 2 3. Cek 1 2 3. Oke.
Kita
Nanti jangan lupa kasih tahu yang tadi ya, Mas.
Iya.
Kasih pengantar. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to Pamulang University Teleconference Room. We eagerly await the start of the first international conference on sustainable healthcare 2022's entire series of events.
Please take a seat as we are about to begin. We also have a few reminders before we begin. We would like to request your assistance in completing this conference.
Please follow this agenda in an orderly manner. To our offline participants, kindly set your phone to silent mode. And to our online participants, kindly turn off your microphones and switch it on only when prompted to avoid interruptions. The toilet is located outside this room. Please exit by taking the stairs on the right or left side, and it is forbidden to go through the stairs in the middle because it will disrupt the ongoing broadcast process. Thank you for your patience and attention.
Bapak Ibu hadirin, sesaat lagi acara akan segera dimulai. Silakan ikuti kegiatan ini dengan tertib. Kepada peserta offline, silakan atur telepon genggam Anda ke mode senyap. Dan kepada peserta online, harap matikan mikrofon Anda. Dan aktifkan hanya jika diminta untuk menghindari gangguan. Kepada Bapak Ibu peserta offline, toilet berada di luar ruangan ini. Silakan keluar dengan menggunakan tangga yang ada di sisi kanan atau kiri. Dilarang melewati tangga di bagian tengah karena akan mengganggu proses siaran yang sedang berlangsung. Terima kasih atas perhatian Anda. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin the event, we will announce you about safety briefing in this building.
Ladies and gentlemen, according to facility management and safety management procedures, We will read out the safety briefing before starting the event. We need to inform you, currently you are in the teleconference room, 11th floor, C Building, Pamulang University, Indonesia. This room has 2 doors that can be opened by pushing, and the fire escape are located in the front of this room. Right now, we are not in a fire simulated, but in case of an emergency, the sirens of emergency signs will be heard. Our officers will direct you to go to a safe exit, starting from the back seat. In the event of a fire, do not panic and do not use the elevator. For those who wear high heels, please take them off. Prioritize pregnant women and people with physical limitations. Walk back quickly, don't run. If the smoke is leading towards you, immediately follow the evacuation instructions. Then our officers will lead you to the emergency assembly point located in the front of the building. If the earthquake happened, in emergency, you are please find a safe shield, such as an under tables or chairs, avoid glass buildings, and further follow the procedure as before. Then you can use the power plug, which is in front of your seat right below. Avoid use the electricity plug in wet condition. Do not pull the plug from the stop contact by pull out the cable. Hold its head, then pull it. Avoid placing flammable materials such as paper near the stop contact. That's the safety briefing we can deliver. Thank you for your attention.
Bapak Ibu yang terhormat, sesuai prosedur peraturan manajemen fasilitas dan keselamatan, kami akan membacakan petunjuk keselamatan sebelum memulai acara. Perlu kami informasikan, saat ini Bapak Ibu berada di ruang telekonferensi, lantai 11, Gedung C Universitas Pamulang. Ruangan ini memiliki 2 pintu yang dapat dibuka dengan cara didorong. Dan tangga darurat terletak di bagian depan ruang telekonferensi ini. Saat ini kita tidak dalam simulasi kebakaran, namun dalam keadaan darurat, maka sirene tanda darurat akan terdengar. Petugas kami akan mengarahkan Bapak Ibu untuk menuju pintu keluar yang aman, dimulai dari tempat duduk paling belakang. Bila terjadi kebakaran, jangan panik dan jangan menggunakan lift. Bagi yang menggunakan sepatu hak tinggi, harap dilepas. Prioritaskan wanita hamil dan orang yang memiliki keterbatasan fisik. Berjalanlah merunduk dengan cepat dan jangan berlari. Bila tampak asap mengarah ke Bapak Ibu, segera ikuti arah petunjuk evakuasi yang ada. Selanjutnya, petugas kami akan menuntun Bapak Ibu menuju titik kumpul yang terletak di depan gedung. Apabila terjadi gempa, dalam keadaan darurat, Bapak Ibu disilakan mencari tempat berlindung yang aman, seperti di bawah meja dan kursi. Hindari bangunan yang berkaca. Selanjutnya mengikuti prosedur seperti sebelumnya. Kemudian, Bapak Ibu dapat menggunakan colokan listrik yang berada di hadapan tempat duduk, tepatnya di bagian bawah. Hindari penggunaan colokan listrik dalam keadaan basah dan jangan menarik steker dari stop kontak dengan menarik kabelnya. Pegang bagian kepala, kemudian tarik. Hindari meletakkan bahan yang mudah terbakar seperti kertas. Demikian petunjuk keselamatan yang dapat kami sampaikan. Terima kasih atas perhatian Anda.
Ladies and gentlemen, please allow us to perform an Indonesian traditional dance. This dance is describing all provinces in Indonesia, which is in every province has their own culture and makes Indonesia becoming a country with a rich culture like a wonderland. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Wonderland Indonesia Dance.
Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. The land where we were born, the nation where we grew up. So many colors that live together in peace, with a million timeless treasures, with an abundance of natural wealth. Indonesia is not just wonderful. Indonesia is a wonderland.
Kota baru punya Bamai jauh, Bamai jauh, Bamanaku di Semarang, Bamanaku di Semarang. Katamu lawanlah Adinda, Adinda iman di dadara, Samalayang iman di dadara, Samalayang. Sayang sifat tokaan matego tego gorokan sayang sifat tokaan matego tego gorokan sayang tak jujur you madam komi sabab pare samuna muna keke samuna muna keke soleram anak yang manis janganlah dicium sayang kalau dicium merah pipinya kampunan jauh di Batu Kunwangsan saya baku Lilian takkan aja kawan-kawan alamu sangke basuh yang suria.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Our session is about to begin. Please have a nice seat. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Peace be upon all of us. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Wei Tetong Tien. Excellencies, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a wonderful morning to you all. First of all, let's praise the Almighty God. For His blessing, we are able to attend to this event. The Honorable Head of STIKes Widya Dharma Husada Tangerang, Mr. Dr. Honoris Causa Dr. Andes Haji Darsono, Supervisor of STIKes Widya Dharma Husada Tangerang, Mr. Dr. Pranoto SEMM, Elder Member of STIKes Widya Dharma Husada Tangerang, Mistris Dr. Safitri Rahayu Mars, Head of STIKes Widya Dharma Husada Tangerang, Mistris Nurseries Andriati Eskop MCup, along with the staff. Chief Organizer International Conference and Head of Research Center of STIKes Widya Dharma Husada Tangerang, Mistris Nurse Rita Dwi Pratiwi Eskop MSc, Excellencies and Ranks of Pamulang University.
The Honorable Head of Public Health and Nutrition Research, National Innovation Research Agency Indonesia, Mistris Dr. Wahyu Puji Nugraheni SKM MKes, Head of the 4th Higher Education Service Institute, Mr. Dr. M. Samsuri, SPDMT, Pro-Consular of Lincoln University, Malaysia, Profesor Datuk Dr. Hajah Bibi Florina binti Abdullah, Deputy Vice Chancellor Research and Innovation, Lincoln University, Malaysia, Profesor Sandi Podar, Associate Professor, Center for Molecular Medicine and Innovative Therapeutic, Murdoch University of Australia, Mistris Dr. Kylie Sandi Hodgetts.
The Honorable Associate Professor Nursing, Department of Nursing, Midwifery and Health, Faculty of Health and Life Sciences, Northumbria University of Newcastle, UK, Mr. Dr. Rob Burton. Principal College of Nursing, Medical College and Hospital, Kolkata, West Bengal of India, Professor Dr. Smriti Mani. Dialysis Access and Peripheral Vascular Surgeon Course Coordinator, PGD PMI, Postgraduate Diploma in Public Healthcare and Medical Laws, West Bengal National University of Judicial Sciences, India, Mr. Dr. Jayanta Das. Registered Nurse, Professional Level, Boromara Jonani College of Nursing, Suratani, Thailand, Mistris Yupawadi Katabanlang, PhD-RN. Deputy Director of Academic Affairs, Boromara Jonani College of Nursing, Suratani, Faculty of Nursing, Praboroma Chanok Institute, Thailand, Ms. Prachawati Yamanantakul. Research and Internationalization, Ms. Lina Tio, PhD.
The Honorable Head of STIKes Santo Boromeus Bandung, Mistris Nurse Elizabeth Ari Setiarini Eskep MKes, Head of STIKes Pantirapi Yogyakarta, Mistris Yulia Wardani Man, Senior Lecturer in Lincoln University, Malaysia, Mr. Dr. Tukimin bin Sansuwito, all speakers and presenters, Excellencies, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen of all the invited guests, both online and offline participating.
Good morning, and we are delighted to welcome you all to the opening ceremony, the first International Conference on Sustainable Healthcare with them, Sustainable Wellness and Environment.
This international conference is presented by STIKes Widya Dharma Husada Tangerang in collaboration with Universitas Pamulang, STIKes Santo Boromeus, Lincoln University, Malaysia, STIKes Pantirapi, BCN Thailand, and Sasmita Jaya TV as co-hosts. It is our privilege to have you all with us today. Let us introduce ourselves. My name is Lukman Handoyo and
my name is Talita Elzafira Hadi.
Please allow us to guide this event for the next 2 days.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to take a look at the keystroke procession together as the official opening of this event. We would like to invite the Honorable Mr. Darsono, Ms. Riris Andriati, Mr. Pranoto, Mistri Savitri Rahayu, Mistri Rita Dwi Pratiwi, Profesor Datuk, and Professor Sandip to take their position to officially open this event by pressing the buttons together.
We will guide the button pressing. Please place each hand on top of the button. Please look at the monitor in front of you. There will be a countdown video. Please press the button on the countdown to 1.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hereby, the international conference organized by STIKes Widya Dharma Husada Tangerang is officially opened. Thank you to all who are honored. Please back to the previous seat.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we will play the national anthem of 5 countries. There are Indonesia, Malaysia, India, Thailand, and Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up.
Hadirin dimohon berdiri.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Australians all let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil, our home is God by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts, all beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains that let us sing, advance Australia fair. Beneath the radiant Southern Cross, we'll toil with hearts and hands to make this commonwealth of ours renowned of all the lands. For those who've come across the seas with boundless plains to share, with courage let us all combine to advance Australia fair. In joyful strains that let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take a seat.
Hadirin disilakan duduk kembali. Excellencies, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, here we come to the welcome ceremony. It is an honor for us to have the head of Widya Dharma Husada Tangerang Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Dr. Honoris Causa Dr. Andes Haji Darsono.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yang kami hormati Bapak Kepala LL Dikti 4 Jawa Barat dan Banten, para tamu undangan yang terhormat dari negara-negara sahabat yang kami hormati, dari Malaysia, dari India, Australia, Thailand, dan juga dari Boromeus, Bandung. Kami ucapkan selamat datang Bapak Ibu semuanya. Yang kami hormati Ibu Ketua STIKes Widya Dharma Husada dan jajaran, Pak Rektor dan jajaran, seluruh tamu undangan, baik yang datang di ruangan ini maupun yang mengikuti secara daring. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, kita panjatkan puji syukur kehadirat ilahi. Pada pagi hari ini kita bisa bersama-sama mengikuti acara International Conference di Universitas Pamulang yang diselenggarakan oleh STIKes Widya Dharma Husada. Saya mengucapkan terima kasih kepada seluruh tamu undangan dari negara-negara sahabat yang berkenan hadir dan akan melakukan kerjasama di antara perguruan tinggi kita, khususnya di kesehatan. Mudah-mudahan kerjasama ini bisa meningkatkan layanan pendidikan di kesehatan di negara kita masing-masing dan juga di STIKes kita yang ada di Indonesia. Baik yang di Boromeus maupun Panti Rapih, kita sama-sama ini menyelenggarakan konferensi internasional. Nah, mudah-mudahan ini adalah merupakan upaya kita untuk meningkatkan layanan pendidikan kesehatan di Indonesia. Kita tentu harus belajar kepada negara-negara yang lebih maju menyelenggarakan pendidikan kesehatan, seperti di Malaysia, di India, Australia, dan Thailand. Nah, mudah-mudahan kita bisa maju bersama untuk meningkatkan layanan pendidikan sehingga menghasilkan lulusan mahasiswa kita yang betul-betul bisa memberikan layanan kesehatan lebih baik lagi. Kami harapkan kerjasama seperti ini bisa ditingkatkan terus, tidak berhenti pada implementasi memorandum understanding di kertas saja, tetapi betul-betul kita bisa tingkatkan implementasi sehingga betul-betul memberikan manfaat bagi kita semuanya. Pak Samsuri sebagai Kepala LLDT 4 kami mengucapkan terima kasih supportnya kepada penyelenggaraan konferensi internasional seperti ini. Yang mudah-mudahan kita bisa saling menyelenggarakan ini, kita bisa saling berkunjung antara STIKes yang ada di Indonesia dan juga kita berkunjung di STIKes di negara-negara sahabat kita. Selamat mengikuti konferensi internasional. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Darsono. Move to second welcome speech. It is now our deep pleasure to introduce the head of the 4th Higher Education Service Institute, or LLDT 4, Mr. Dr. M. Samsuri, SPD, MT. The head of the 4th Higher Education Service Institute will be give welcome speech by virtually. For Mr. Samsuri, please give your kind welcome speech. Thank you.
Good morning, all of participants. Firstly, to our respect, Bapak Dr. Haji Darsono, Head of Widya Dharma, Yayasan Widya Dharma, Head of Sasmita Jaya. Our respect, Nurse Riris Andrianti Eskep Mkep, Head of STIKes Widya Dharma Husada Tangerang. All of participants, especially Head of Higher Education in Region 4. I see Dr. E. Nurjaman, Rector of Pamulang University, and also Head of STIKes Boromeus, and another from Indonesia. All of speaker from Malaysia, India, Australia, Thailand, and also all of participants from Indonesia and also from another country. Firstly, thank you very much as initiative STIKes Widya Dharma Husada Tangerang. Very appreciate for this international seminar in case of wellness and also sustainable environment. Firstly, I would like to share my small presentation for this forum. Ladies and gentlemen, all of our respective guests and all of our respective participants. As we know that sustainable development, this is one of the topic that's very huge to discuss in Indonesia and also in the international event. Sustainability is a societal goal that broadly aims for human to safely coexist on planet Earth over a long time. Specifically definition of sustainability are very difficult to agree on the very lot of literature and also over time. So finally, sustainability that will be discussed as this forum is sustainability in the health and also environment field. Ladies and gentlemen, if we discuss about sustainable wellness, it's meaning taking care of one's physical, emotional, and also mental well-being, while continuing to learn, grow, adapt, and also overcome. Sustainable wellness means listening and also respecting your body and our body, and also treat your or our body as the best we can. Health also is not condition limited solely to your physical well-being. True health results from the deliberate and active pursuit of all aspects of wellness and also fulfilling, meaningful, purposeful, sustainable wellness practices create a long-term habit designed to support the whole person, recognizing that all phases of individual are linked together, encourage a holistic approach of wellness. Ladies and gentlemen, if we're talking about sustainable environment, it's a responsibility to conserve natural resource and protect global ecosystem to support health and well-being. Now and in the future, because so many decisions that impact the environment and also impact very immediately as a key element of environmental sustainability is its forward-looking nature. Human well-being is closely linked to the health and also of an environment. Around the world, 24% of deaths can be traced back to avoidable environmental factors. According to the World Health Organization, people need clean air to breathe and also fresh water to drink and place to life that are free of toxic substance, and hazard. As we begin to experience the long-term consequence of exponential industrial growth and also energy use, we must act to reserve this effect and prevent future further damage, ensuring we have healthy place to live for generations to come. For business, it means committing to environmentally sustainable practices to help build thriving community and secure future growth potential. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know, in case to supporting sustainability, collaboration and innovation are needed in the field of education, especially in health sector. According to Dr. Bunyamin, founder of PT Kalbe Pharma, one of the branches of science that will play a major role in the health sector in the future is biotechnology and genetic engineering technology. These two fields will facilitate the discovery and efficient production of biotechnology products. Indonesia has sufficient resource for the development of biotechnology, starting from blood fractionation, which is supported by the large population of Indonesia. Of course, this various technology will be developed by utilizing artificial intelligence. One of the innovations in the health sector that will greatly help human life is the smart hospital. Smart hospital will later be equipped with so many advanced technology, such as automatic and network connected medical devices, good clinical information system, and also remote care system. Ladies and gentlemen, if we're talking about biotechnology, biotechnology is the integration of natural science and engineering science in order to achieve the application of organism, cell, part thereof, and molecular analogs for product and services. Indonesia has adequate resource for the development of biotechnology, such as blood fractionation, which is supported by that large of population in Indonesia. And another thing, in the case of in the case of genetic engineering technology, is a process that uses laboratory-based technology to alter the DNA made up from organism. This might involve changing of single base DNA, deleting a region of DNA, or adding the new segment of DNA. Ladies and gentlemen, to support the health sector, it is necessary to have a role in the health education, one of which is through the application of appropriate curriculum. Health education curriculum should include a set of intended learning outcome or objective that directly relate to student acquisition of health-related knowledge, attitude, and skill. Second one, a planned progression of developmentally appropriate relation or learning experiences that lead to achieving health objective. The third, continuity between lesson or learning experiences that clearly reinforce the adoption and maintenance of specific health enhancing behavior. The fourth, content of material that correspond with the sequence of learning event and help teacher and student meet the learning objectives. And the last, assessment strategies to determine if students have achieved the desired learning. Ladies and gentlemen, one of collaboration in education in case of health sectors is conducting research that will result in innovation. Actually, research, development, and also innovation should be supported by education sector. That's why LLDT Region 4 and Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology will support for research and innovation as we need to continue and get a very good innovation in case of health. So LLDT Region 4 support in the several programs and also services. For example, we support how to increase lecturer capacity and capability, and also support to research budget, research and development budget, and also support to research result. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your kind attention, and hopefully this international will be success and all of us will be in the good condition. Thank you very much for your kind attention once again. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Mr. Samsuri. Move to the next welcome speech. It is our now the pleasure to introduce Head of STIKes Widya Dharma Husada Tangerang. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mistress Nurse Riris Andriati, Askap Mkap.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning and welcome to everyone. The Honorable Foundation Director of Widya Dharma Husada Tangerang, Dr. Honoris Causa, Dr. Andes Haji Darsono, and Dr. Anda Ika Darsono, all co-founders, Dr. Pranoto SAMMN, and Dr. Sapitri Rahayu Mars, the Honorable Rector of Pamulang University, Dr. Enur Zaman, MMSI, and all academic, Ubaid Al-Fahru, SPD MPD, Dr. Suparto MPD, Dr. M. Wildan SSMA, and Dr. RR Dewi Anggraini SHMH. The Honorable of Head of Research Center of Public Health and Nutrition from BRIN, Dr. Wahyu Puji Nugraini, SKM MKes. The Honorable Head of LLDT Region 4, Dr. M. Samsuri, SPD MT. The Honorable Profesor Datuk Dr. Hajah Bibi Florina binti Abdullah, Profesor Sandepoda, Dr. Tukimin, Miss Lina PhD from Lincoln University. The Honorable Head of Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Kesehatan Santo Boromeus, Bandung, Nurse Elizabeth Ari Setiarini, Eskep Mkep. The Honorable Head of Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Kesehatan Panti Rapih, Yogyakarta, Yulia Wardani, MAN. The Honorable great presenters and moderators, our Honorable, respectful invited guests, our all honorable participants whom I am proud of. First of all, I would like to praise and thank Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the most beneficent, the most merciful, for his blessing and permission to all of us, so we can be here together to join the first international conference on sustainable healthcare on the topic of sustainable wellness and environment. Ladies and gentlemen, as the host of this conference, And on behalf of the conference committee, we are honored to have you here with us. And it is our great pleasure to pass our warm welcome to you, our respected keynote speaker, oral presenter, participant, and to all of our honorable guests. As we know, this conference is focused on the topic of sustainable wellness and environment. The reason why we choose this topic is because our wellness has a role as a vital element, as well as a constitutive element of someone's life. As a part of human right, wellness has become a fundamental need, so that it automatically becomes an obligation for everyone to fulfill that need. Along with our wellness, we also concerned about our environment as well, since the clean environment for sure will help us to increase our wellness overall. Environment plays a comprehensive great role in maintaining our wellness. Clean environment will definitely drive away to potential sources of disease and will prevent them from growing around us. This fact for certain in the end is related to our wellness too. The cleaner our environment, the bigger our chances to live well. Ladies and gentlemen, the importance of the issue with regard to sustainable wellness and environment is also reflected in sustainable development goals as follows. 3 are related to good health and welfare, and 6 are about clean water and proper sanitation. Concerning this topic, we present 9 speakers. Dr. Wahyu Puji Nugraini, SKM MKes from BRIN, Dr. M. Samsuri, SPD MT from LL Dikti Region 4, Professor Datuk Dr. Hajah Bibi Florina binti Abdullah from Lincoln University, Professor Sande Podar from Lincoln University, Dr. Kaile Sandi Hodges from Murdoch University, Yupawade Kantabanlak, PhD from Thailand, Dr. Jayanta Das from India, Professor Dr. Smriti Mani MA from India, Dr. Robertson from Griffith University. Thank you, Pamulang University, Lincoln University, BNC Thailand, Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Kesehatan Santo Borromeus Bandung, Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Kesehatan Panti Rapi Yogyakarta, and SGTV who have been collaborating to organize this international conference as co-host. We hope this conference will become our starting point to build good collaboration in the field of education, research, and public service. Lastly, I appreciate your attendance at this international conference. May the all-powerful bless us and make our job become easier. Thank you very much. Terima kasih Bandung, matur nuhun Yogyakarta, sugeng enjing. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Perfect, Bu Riris.
Thank you, Mistress Riris Andriati. Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to invite to the podium to deliver her remarks as the last welcome speech, Chief Organizer International Conference and Head of Research Center of STIKes Widya Dharma Husada Tangerang. Please welcome Mistress Nurse Rita Dwi Pratiwi, SKep MSc.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Previously, I give thanks to the God so we can attend here in International Conference Sustainable Healthcare 2022 in the good conditions. The Honorable Dr. Honoris Causa, Dr. Andes Haji Darsono, the Foundation Director of Widya Dharma Husada Tangerang, Dr. Pranoto SAMM, the Supervisory Board of Foundation Widya Dharma Husada Tangerang, Dr. Safitri Rahayu Mars, Governing Board of Foundation Widya Dharma Husada Tangerang. Nasriris Andriati, the Head of STIKes Widya Dharma Husada Tangerang. Dr. M. Samsuri, SPD MT, SDH of LDT4. Dr. Wahyu Puji Nugrahini, SKM MKes, the Head of Research Center of Public Health Nutrition BRIN. Profesor Datu, Dr. Haji Bibi Florina binti Abdullah, as the speaker also Pro-Consular Lincoln University of Malaysia. Professor Dr. Sandi Podar, as speaker, also Deputy Vice Chancellor Research Innovation, Lincoln University of Malaysia. Professor Dr. Smriti Mani, as speaker from Medical College and Hospital, Kolkata, India. Dr. Tukimin bin Sanswito, as senior lecturer from Lincoln University of Malaysia. Dr. Rob Barton, a speaker from Northumbria University of Newcastle. Ms. Prajayawati Yamantakul, Deputy Director Academic Affairs, Borobudur Jonani College of Nursing, Thailand. Dr. Kylie Sandy Hodges, a speaker from Murdoch University, also Director Skin Integrity from Research Institute. Dr. Jayanta Das, a speaker from Dialysis Access and Peripheral Vascular Surgeon. Dr. Mani, and also Ms. Lina Tio, as Research and Internationalizations. Bapak Nur Zaman, as Rector of Pamulang University, Vice 1, 2, 3, 4 from Pamulang University. Ms. Elizabeth Aristiarini, SDH of STIKes Santo Borromeus Bandung. Mrs. Julia Wardani MAN, SDH of STIKes Panti Rapih Yogyakarta. And also lecturers from STIKes Widya Dharma Husada Tangerang and other institutions and all committees and participants who are attending here in international conference from STIKes Widya Dharma Husada Tangerang. We are pleased to announce that STIKes Widya Dharma Husada Tangerang is organizing the first international conference with them, Sustainable Wellness and Environment, which collaboration with Lincoln University of Malaysia, STIKes Santo Borromeus Bandung, Borobudur Jonani College of Nursing Bangkok, Thailand, STIKes Panti Rapih Yogyakarta, also supported by Pamulang University and also SGTV. Professor, doctor, scientists, healthcare professionals, also researcher students from various countries are joining in this international conference. I would like to welcome to all attendants in this conference, which the focaldom this international conference, Sustainable Wellness and Environment. We are looking forward to enriching ourselves from the knowledge that we will gain from this conference. We will focus on how we can work together towards our shared goal of sustainable wellness and environment to provide quality health service through results, so that the quality of life of the community is also increasing. I'm grateful that finally STIKes Widya Dharma Husada Tangerang can hold an international conference through a hybrid by YouTube, Zoom, and 3,000 students are joining in the YouTube and also in Zoom, in which it's not easy because this is the first international conference. We know that this is not easy. If we never try, we will never learn. Hopefully, with this conference, we can learn positive things and can improve shortcomings so that in the future we can more advance. The organizing committee, with the hope that first international conference on sustainable healthcare will interest and appeal to the participant, has planned for a good area of topics. The scientific committee has organized an exciting program, and we have included the well-known local, international speakers to share their proficiency with you. I'm very thankful to the co-organization on all of committees of this conference who are supporting to help this international conference. We have invited a good number of able professionals to share their experience, research to us. We are happy to appreciate the work of our official partner for support joining in this international conference. In this international conference, there are 88 articles also already registers, which divided into 7 rooms in the main room and 4 in the offline room and the 2 rooms in the online rooms. STIKes Widya Dharma Husada Tangerang have research and community service center, also intellectual property rights centers. So we are open to the other institutions here to collaborate in scientific, even research, publication, and also IPR certificate. Thank you all of your presence and participations. I wish you all of you have a fruitful time at this conference, and this conference have a grand success. Have a join nice in this conference. Keep the spirit for everyone. Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you to Ms. Trisrita Dwi Pratiwi. With the end of her remarks, the welcome agenda is over.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is the signing of the cooperation and the referral of merchandise and placards. First of all, we will see together the signing of Memorandum of Understanding between STIKes Widya Dharma Husada from Indonesia and Lincoln University, Malaysia. We would like to call upon the Honorable Mistris Riris Andriati, Profesor Datuk Dr. Hajah Bibi Florina binti Abdullah, and Professor Sandi Podar to occupy the space provided. The signing of the cooperation is witnessed by all attendees. Now we will hold a photo session for a while.
The second is the referral of merchandise and placards. We would ask for Mistris Riris to give a merchandise and certificate to our International Advisory Board. For the first, Professor Datuk Dr. Hajah Bibi Florina binti Abdullah as Pro-Chancellor of Lincoln University, Malaysia, will be given by Mistris Riris. For the next, Professor Sandi Podar, as Deputy Vice Chancellor Research and Innovation of Lincoln University, Malaysia, will be given by Ms. Tris Riris. For the next, the placards will be given by Lincoln University, Malaysia, to Ms. Tris Riris as the head of STIKes Widya Dharma Husada Tangerang. Thank you to Professor Datuk and Professor Sandip. Please back to the previous seat. Thank you. For the next, merchandise and certificate will be given to Ms. Lina and Mr. Tukimin. Please place yourselves provided. Ms. Lina as Member Board International Advisory. And the next, Mr. Tukimin as Member Board International Advisory. Mr. Tukimin as Member Board International Advisory. Thank you to Ms. Lina and Mr. Tukimin. Please back to the previous position. We still would like to ask Ms. Tris Riris to give a placard and certificate to Ms. Tris Nurse Elizabeth Ari Setiarini as Kap MKes as our co-host from STIKes Santo Borromeus. continue with the placards giving by Mistress Elizabeth to Mistress Riris. Thank you. Please back to the previous seat. For the last, we will ask to Mistress Riris to give a placard and certificate to Mistress Nurse Rita Dwi Pratiwi SKAP MSc as Chief of Organizer International Conference and the Head of Research Center of STIKes Widya Dharma Husada Tangerang. Thank you to the Honorable. Please back to the previous seat. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to our first main agenda. The keynote speaker session as the first panel will discuss about sustainable environment and healthcare that will be delivered by Profesor Datuk Dr. Hajah Bibi Florina binti Abdullah as Pro-Chancellor of Lincoln University, Malaysia, Profesor Dr. Smriti Mani, MA, as Principal College of Nursing, Medical College and Hospital, Kolkata, India, and Mistress Dr. Wahyu Puji Nugraheni, SKM MKAS, as Head of Public Health and Nutrition Research, National Innovation Research Agency, Indonesia. All of presentation and discussion will be fully moderated by moderator and followed by a question and answer session. Before beginning the first session, allow me to read the curriculum vitae of the moderator. Name, Nurse Franciscus Saverius Widiantoro SKAP MS PhD. Here's for education background. And the second section is for position and honors. Here's for the research from 2012 to 2022. And for her experiences from 2014 to 2019. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome our moderator, Mr. Nurse Franciscus Saverius Widiantoro SKAP MSc PhD.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. This is my honor to be as a moderator in this session. This session is very wonderful session because we will talk about the sustainability. It's not only we talk about now current situation, but we talk in the future. What the next future in healthcare center, and then we as a healthcare professional, what should we do about this kind of issue related to climate change and actually pandemic COVID-19. It's kind of issue that related to public health in the world. So before we start this session, I will introduce first, we have actually four, but Dr. M. Samsuri have done presented his PowerPoint. So we will continue with three keynote speaker. The first, we will invite Prof. Dr. Dato Hajah binti Florida binti Abdullah. Before we invited Prof. Dato Dr. Hajah Bibi Florida binti Abdullah. I'm sorry, Professor. Let me introduce the curriculum vitae of Professor. So Professor Dato Dr. Hajah Bibi Florida binti Abdullah, she has have the occupational, the job, currently pro-counselor in Lincoln University College. Is it true, bro? Thank you. And then the qualification, she have graduate from PhD in management in Malaysia, and then have recognized several the honorable, like honorary doctorate in civil law from University in UK, and then fellowship John's Morris University Liverpool in UK, and honorary doctorate for University of Northumbria. And at least today, until today, have 12 publication and have award, Datuk Sif Award, and then GMN and AMN Government Award. So before we invited Professor, let me show the video related to Lincoln University, please. Okay, please welcome Prof. Dr. Hajah Bibi Florida binti Abdullah. Time is yours, Professor.
Terima kasih ya, our chairman of the session. You're very kind. Thank you for your kind words ya. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum. Yang saya dihormati ya, Dr. HC Dr. H. Darsono ya, Head of Yayasan Widya Dharma Husada. Actually I'm very pleased ya. Senang sekali dapat tengok founder of a very big institution. Tadi Bapak cakap ya, you started in 2004, so it is almost 18 years, and I'm very impressed ya, very impressive private institution, and that is very great. And I was informed that Bapak also addressed the the middle class to the lower class. In Malaysia we call it B40. Ya, B40 adalah yang harus dibantu. Ya, so I'm very proud. Not only you are giving education, but you are also looking at the social aspect, ya, of the population. Ya, congratulations Pak and your team. And senang juga ketemu dengan Ibu Ika, ya, Darsono, respective isteri. You know Pak, you know every successful man, there's always a fantastic lady at the back. Yeah, and you have a very good team. Your son and your daughter is also around. Yeah, and dan juga semua respective head, my fellow speakers, and students and management teams and all that. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen. So anyway, thank you for inviting me. And then we are very privileged and happy for the MOU that we signed, and hopefully that together and with other institution all over the world, we will move forward. Yeah, we move forward to excellence. Yeah, in quest of excellence and good standard. So thank you very much. Jadi pada pagi ini, I was informed that I have to speak on sustainability, which is actually a very important thing at this point in time. Yeah, the United Nations has come up with the SDG 17. Jadi everybody has to jive with it. Yeah, has to jive with it. How do we play our role? But basically, I'm looking at nursing because my background is I'm basically a nurse lah, yeah. And in Malaysia, in order to be to go higher, you have to be a perawat dulu. Selepas jadi perawat, jadi bidan. Lepas bidan, public health. So I'm all three. Okay, I'm all three. Tapi because we are in the university, yeah, running education business. So we have to take that business part, and we have to add our value so that we can run the institution lah, ya. Jadi itulah sebanyak sedikit. But actually I was in the Ministry of Health as the chief nurse of the country before I retire lah and join the private sector, ya. Tapi Indonesia has always been very next to my heart. Dulu saya belajar di UI, ya, UI, tapi sudah lama. Most of them belum kena lahir lagi, ya. 1986 Jalan Salemba. Okay, Applied Nutrition under Semiotromet. Jadi kita orang dari Malaysia tinggal di Jalan Cokro Aminoto, ya, Wisma Malaysia. Ada rumah dulu, ada rumah di situ. Jadi bila ke UI kita akan naik apa? Bajai. Jadi ada 3 orang kita orang, but I was a little bit smaller that time, so 3 orang bisa masuk dalam bajai itu, ya. Jadi kita buat instruction kepada Pak Bajai. Ada Pak mau ke UI, jalan ke UI, ya. Jadi on the way saya kata Pak pusing kiri, Pak pusing kiri. Bapaknya berhenti. Saya kata kenapa harus berhenti? Kan ibunya pusing. Yeah, because in Malaysia pusing is turning. Okay, so then we know sama tidak serupa, ya. Sama tidak serupa, but we manage ourselves in that sense. So we talk about sustainability now. And I was thinking, how do we make a very catchy thing, making nurses greener? Yeah, making nurses greener, because when you talk about nursing, it is all about hospital, pen, yang sakit, yang very sad environment. So in order to jive with the SDG 17, so I was thinking, why not we look at it, our point of view. Okay. Okay, next one. Okay. Go to the next one. Okay. So actually, how do we make? Because I was in Somalia just a few weeks ago. Kita pun ada collaboration dengan the East African University. So how do we make, greener there as well? Yeah. How do we jive? Because nursing, yes, of course, core competency memang sama, ya, it's all the same. But the delivery of it, because it depends on the environment, it comes on the culture. So how do we jive together? But of course, we share some common competencies, yeah. Like this lady here, she's taking a master in public health actually in Garaway, yeah. So when you talk about sustainable development, jadi tadi Dr. Samsuri, ya, Samsuri has second a very nice definition of all. So just bear with me. I just recap lah sedikit, ya. Sustainable development is a development that meets the needs of the present, okay, without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own needs. So this is from the World Commission on Environment and Development. So this is how he looks at it. Of course, you can look at it different angles, but basically, it's all come to the same outcome. So sustainability in the context of healthcare is about development in the delivery of high quality patient care for all by promoting the three elements of sustainable development, that is on environmental, social, and financial. You see, we come to, at this stage, pada waktu ini everybody, even the, it's not only the healthcare providers has to be more intelligent, more diligent, more well-read, but also, the patient, they are sometimes they're better than you are, So we have to actually look at what is the trend in this world. You see, what are the changes that, this SDG brings about, and how do we play a role in that, context. So when we talk about environment and healthcare, they are linked together, as you can see, especially in our country. Now we are faced with so many climate changes and things like that. Natural environment brings substantial health benefits. I'm sure India is very good in terms of herbs, and even in Indonesia, you have all the jamu and things like that. That's how do we dive into that one? And we know that climate change poses enormous risk to health and healthcare provision. And of course, we know that that is part of the problem. Now, how do we prevent that? And efficient and sustainable healthcare is now significant for the healthcare professional, of course, because that is why the United Nations has come up with that SDG 17, because it covers all aspects of our life actually. So when you look at this thing, this is a picture of nursing in China. All right, I visited that. Is one of our partner. They are very, very dedicated. So nurses obtain professional knowledge regarding the prevention of illness and disease. That is in our curriculum. Okay, so I have to justify why we have to be a little bit greener. So the nurses have a special responsibility to contribute to sustainable development, because we were already being taught in the curriculum, even in our basic nursing. So this responsibility concerns both current and future generation, so that they may live in an environment that does not prevent good health. So this is what we have to do. Whatever we are doing now, we are also looking at, is our curriculum still marketable, still sustainable in the next 10 years, for example. So when we talk about future thinking approach, now we have to be a little bit different. The nurses have to have this expanded role, not only in critical care in the hospital, but also in the terms of prevention aspect. How do we look at the future? How do we jive together and work as a team with the physician, with other healthcare providers, and of course nursing. Nursing being the largest group in the healthcare industry. So of course nurses play a very big role. So nurses now understand the impact of wider environmental issues such as climate change on healthcare delivery. In other countries, because I just came back from Nepal, they have different climate change. I mean, there was an eruption before, and how they try to make it good now for everyone. So the nurses play a role, because they have to bring back the population into this sort of mindset. How do we how do they have to live now in this condition? And extreme weather events have disrupted the supply of globally produced goods and material, for example, healthcare, like notably oil and cotton, things like that. And these are very much used in the hospital. Okay, so the nurses have to understand to this one. And the coronavirus, actually, the coronavirus pandemic has demonstrated the global nursing contribution to public health. We didn't understand. It was a pandemic emergencies, but mostly involved with the nurses, all right? And, we have so many deaths, even the nurses in hundreds, doctors and all that, in spite of the fact that we learned infection control, but we were not able, to stop that, because we were taken, like a shock. So therefore, nurses are encouraged to be futures-focused leaders and activists in delivering sustainable patient care. So now the nurses have to be an activist, how to explain to the patient, or to the community about all these potential crises that will come. So the effort has been on greening estates, management, hospital, including the doctor was mentioning about a green hospital, including improving waste facilities, energy system, and transport option. So the beauty thing about nursing is that you are everywhere in the healthcare level, healthcare sector. So these practices are of vital importance and have already made great headway in reducing carbon emission. So now not only we have to study how to look at patient in hospital, but we have to look at things that we have to look at things that can prevent potential crisis. So the healthcare industry contributes to solid waste production, greenhouse gases, and climate change. Now we have to know all these things. Therefore, practicing sustainability can improve the nursing care, not just for the patient, but also to the wider communities, both local and global, and the natural world. Yeah. And nurses have a duty to protect and promote public health in the face of several threats, and have a unique and vital role to play. Of course, we are everywhere, even the community, even in the hospital, wherever there is a, they are all these natural disaster, man-made disaster, we are all there. So we have to understand all these things. So our expertise, diverse roles, and the trust invested in them mean they can be leaders in protecting the health of the public from the consequences of climate change. So now we are looking at nurses in a holistic in manner. We have to shift our thinking or paradigm, how to look at nursing in a different perspective as an activist, as somebody who can prevent a potential, danger ahead. So I just look at the 17 Sustainable Development Goal, there are 17 of them, and all this is actually intertwined with each other. We have the end of poverty. In fact, Papa Dosono, whatever he's doing now is actually trying to cut the poverty cycle. Yeah, by giving like almost free education, I should say. It's almost free. So and hunger, well-being. Goal 3, goal 4 is quality education. Goal 5, gender equality. Then we have water until number 17, mechanism and partnership to reach the goal. So we are doing some partnership. Very important today, we signed a very important MOU and see how we can, together to spread good education, good practice, not only knowledge and skill, but good attitude, because we are training people to be a human being, actually. Yeah. So sustainability in nursing, practicing sustainable healthcare often save money and time, of course. Yeah. It will provide better care with wider benefits and the traditional services for our patient and communities, because prevention is always better than cure. I'm sure our good doctor is, will, agree with me. And it will allow to live values at work. Yeah. And then this may also exhibit deeper resilience to the shock of life and feeling part of the huge and growing global movement for positive change, and can help to cope with any worries and fears about the climate crisis. Now you talk about resilience, all the pandemic, the after effect, has made us to be very, very resilient. Yeah, we can work at abnormal condition. Basically, kita boleh bertugas di keadaan luar biasa, luar biasa, because of the effect and the process that we have gone through during the pandemic of the coronavirus. So it has made us very resilient, very resilient. And we are more confident. Yeah, maybe before we are so frightened, because we are so frightened that we will get the COVID ourselves. But when you've gone through the process and you understand how it is, so become more understanding and more committed, and of course very resilient. Yeah, I should say nurses are very resilient, and of course the doctors as well. So the focus must be on promoting good health instead of fixing it. So it's always like prevention. Instead of fixing, when you are sick, then you have to go and fix it. But now we look at how to prevent. So people must be empowered to manage their health themselves, so that the staff time and resources can be saved and can improve the long term. So we have health educationists, we have activists. That is why I said, it is more cost effective that way. Yeah, cost effective, not so much of money being spent, because you are teaching the patient and the community how to take care of their health. Basically, we are empowered them on health. Okay, so wastage will be minimized in care pathway with low carbon technologies, often digital one, to improve services delivered. So it's all about climate. Okay, so the nurses' engagement with ADHD. So embedding sustainable care into the learning component of nursing curriculum will help to build public health nursing engagement with elective sustainability learning. We have started a bachelor in nursing in public health. We just started it last year in Lincoln University College, and we have to, encompass or put all these values, about sustainability, SDG goal and all that. So we expose the nurses even at the early stage while they're doing nursing. So they are doing, that at the moment. So basically, our curriculum, actually, we can sort of review it, and then can change at least, 1 year of program that is about 30 credits. So we can put in something which is like more trendy. What is the in thing now? What it has to improve the curriculum. So we have done that actually in Lincoln. So traditionally, the learning process will often offer nursing students the opportunity to undertake a clinical placement abroad. So learn from different cultures and apply newfound knowledge to local practice to return. So I know that you have been to Taiwan, which is very good. And I'm sure you bring that good practice, good technology in your country and you improve it, isn't it? So that is good because we are sharing now. We are sharing. I like that hybrid thing, most of our friends from overseas, they are also hearing us here. So we are, you come here in the spirit of sharing. This picture, the doctors know, not from India. Yes, where is that? This is Narayana. Yeah, I went with Dr. Kumar, so he has this, just like Pak Dasono, he has this, orphanage and all that. So I went with him and do some primary care when I visited, because Narayana, we have a partnership with them. Yeah, Dr. Koda, we have a partnership with them. And they are also sending the doctors are taking PhD actually. Yeah. So I was so happy to be part of Dr. Kumar's, work in Narayana. So the roles of nurses in sustainability, nurses have an instinct for efficiency. Believe me, you just get one nurse, everything is fine. Okay, we have that instinct. You see, Riris is a nurse. So this is a wonderful organization, Riris? So I must congratulate you for that. So we have that little instinct for efficiency, and they are the healthcare professional who guide and supervise patients' journey through the healthcare system. All right. So we are there because we started from the ground level and we go ourselves up. So, the process has taught us, how to be very resilient, how to be effective, and how to be efficient. So nurses have a huge and undervalued role to play, to plan in prevention, self-care, and empowerment, as well as making changes to some of the most frequent and essential care pathway. Basically, the nurses have become very important healthcare teams. Okay. So this is the way many nurses around the world are making such small changes, which are enabling them to connect, share ideas, be inspired, and to try out new approaches and put theory into practice to make nursing a more sustainable practice. Doctor, in Malaysia, I was telling the Director General, I said, if you send a doctor for specialist course, so I said, you must send the nurse as well. Otherwise, the nurse cannot jive together with you in the operating theater, for example. So the nurse must also know what's going on. Of course, you learn the depthness is there, but the area, the scope of area, I think is almost the same, so that we can, we can work as a team. So the ideas of intervention to make nursing more sustainable. So of course, reducing resources used in your nursing practice. All right, changing patient pathway for easy and simple healthcare. Demonstrating ways in which the patient's knowledge and understanding can contribute to your care, especially in chronic illness. So this is how actually you can jive together, in this sustainable SDG. And then, of course, in terms of initiative that promote prevention, so we all now go all out. We have the Nurses Association, which is implementing the effort of the government, especially the Ministry of Health, in order to, disseminate healthcare ideas and things like that to reach the, the not accessible part of the country. And then protecting patient or public from the health effects of climate change, sharing experience of caring for those who have suffered as a result of climate change, for example. So, we have these conferences, like today. So we share how our experience, how do we organize or manage any crisis that we have gone through. And of course, there's a lesson learned from it. The lesson learned is that, we can do better, for the next one. So basically, these are the basic role of nurses. Just to recap, the identifying patient care and needs. So basically an assessment and the workload management. Of course, we have to prioritize which is more important. And of course, those missed opportunities or, that we have not addressed. So we need to reflect back and do. You see, the nurses actually, I come from the island of Sabah, part of Malaysia. So, we are the baby boomers, baby boomers, we are, kita diwujudkan, we were trained during that time when there was not enough doctors, all right? So we have to play doctor. The only thing is that we cannot diagnose. So we said, okay, KIV pneumonia, for example, yeah, that is our role. Also, we have the doctors, how we try to look at the patient first, and then after that, we have to refer to them. So these are some of the roles of nurses actually, beside what we are talking now, that they are now going to be an activist, yeah. So prospect, of course, although research in nursing and medicine have emphasized the issue of sustainability and health, the concept of sustainability in nursing is undefined and poorly researched. So I hope that, all of us will take this area and try to do some research, on sustainability in terms of the role of nursing. Yeah, maybe you can start. And we have Dr. Sandipoda actually is the DVC, Deputy Vice Chancellor for Research and Internationalization and Innovation. We can always, have partnership in research. Yeah, we can do the research together in this area, for example, especially when nurses is the largest healthcare providers. So, maybe we can do more research, because at the moment, it is all, we are just reading the theory, but I'm not even reading the research from anyone, because we don't have that much of people doing this sort of research. So maybe we can call upon it after the conference. We can have a discuss. Okay. So a need exists for a theoretical and empirical studies of sustainability in nursing. Okay. So I challenge you all. Maybe we can do that. So sustainability in nursing involves 6 defined attributes. We talk about ecology. We talk about environment, future, globalization, holism, and maintenance, which I just mentioned. Gambar ini saya ambil di Borneo, Kalimantan, in the airport. If you it's nice. So understanding of sustainability require climate change, environmental impact, and awareness, along with confidence in the future, responsibility, and a willingness to change. So basically, when we have to understand this, we have to understand the changes around us. Yeah, what are the changes around us? So what are the consequences of sustainability in nursing? So education actually in the areas of ecology, we have to do that, environment and sustainable development, as well as sustainability as part of nursing academic programs, and in the description of the academic subject of nursing is necessary, which actually we have done in our public health curriculum. So nurses need to perform their work in such a way that the environment will be protected and preserved. So it is not only about environmentalists doing this, but also the nurses. So climate change and its ensuing environmental issue must be incorporated into modern healthcare management, because it's very important now, especially with pandemic. It was like an emergency, nobody knows what to do. Okay. So the participation of nurses in this endeavor is important and most likely crucial, because they will be, at the end of the day, they are the one who is going to nurse the patient. And environmental health and sustainable development are vital for the international nursing community. It is also essential to determine the relationship between nursing, research, and the concept of sustainability. I think we have to do a research on this to understand actually what's the outcome, and to prove a hypothesis whether there is an interlink. So in conclusion, sustainability in nursing contribute to sustainable development with the ultimate goal of maintaining an environment that does not determine current and future generations' opportunities for good health. This concept analysis delivers recommendation for healthcare sector to include sustainability and provides recommendation for future research. This is a picture taken in one of the university in China. You see the young minds, they have a different concept of Florence Nightingale. Yeah, it's a very nice one. So this is about what I have to share you this morning. So I hope that, it helps a certain extent that, nurses play a very important role in terms of SDG 17. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you very much, Professor. Please have a seat, Professor. Yeah, actually, this topic is very, very wonderful presentation. And then this topic is a new issue related to the sustainability. So after we have done all keynote speech, we will discuss later. All right, we will continue by the second keynote speech. I will let me introduce for the second keynote speech. Name Professor Dr. Smriti Mani. Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah. Please. Professor Dr. Simriti Mani have graduate from PhD in PhD and Master Philosophy, if not mistaken. Yeah, in nursing and Master of Science in Nursing from Delhi University. Her specialty for in midwifery and obstetrically in nursing. So it's wonderful specialty because so many people, at least the population, women more than men, right? Professor have so many experience and then so many the relevant information. So, oh, okay. Yeah. So the last information, Professor of Vice President of West Bengal Nursing Council, right? Nice. Oh, Nursing Director. Okay. Please, Professor Dr. Smriti, give big applause for Professor. Time is yours, Professor. Wait a minute, Professor. Yeah.
You and organizers, really I'm so happy that you have chosen the theme. This is really very timely and in need. We have to do something. We not only that, this is the actually the theme you have chosen, that is the for the sustainable health, and we have to keep ourselves very well so that we can prevent illnesses also. Thank you, organizers, once again, that you have done a wonderful job. Arita? Okay. So can I handle it or you will test it? It will be handled by you, Pepper. Okay. Okay, from there. Okay. So actually healthcare, what we mean, this is not only the hospital, what we are telling. Actually, healthcare means everything. That is the not only the hospital only, but all cares, as the Professor Datuk was telling, that nursing care also, not only the nursing care, also doctors, nurses, and not only that healthcare, all other things, and X-ray, radiology, and nutrition, and our ambulance, and everything, our rehabilitation, and all those things. And of course, there's skilled nursing, what we want. All those things are healthcare, and hospital is a part of this healthcare services. So if we see that, go to the next slide, please. Yes, for everything, for the wellness, for the illnesses, for the nursing care or hospital management or healthcare management, for everything, we have to go for planning. If we fail to plan, you are planning to fail. Yes, if we don't plan in a proper manner, in a time ahead, we will not be able to get the proper work so that we can provide the service to the healthcare management to the population. We can't keep the population healthy if we are fail to plan properly and time ahead. Because management may be seen as generic skills that shall be fitted to everyday life, but planning, which will be done by the administrators only, and so that they will work together with the ground level worker and bring all other the thinking they will bring from others, and they will plan it. Next, please. Just if you see why there is a need for planning, sitting here in the administration, we can't say that this will be done or that will be done. Why we are telling? Just in our India, West Bengal, if you see that the 39% they are attending the government health facilities, and 29% they are going to the unqualified works, and only 27% they are going to the qualified private practitioners. Now we have to think, we have to plan what could be done so that everyone, they are going to the qualified practitioners or in government facilities where we are providing the quality care. Now we have to think and we have to just plan in that way that all the persons, all the public, and they are getting the quality healthcare services. So we have to plan it ahead. And next slide, please. If we see how, next please, how they are going. When you are planning, some points you have to keep in your mind that how we are, how the public are going to have the health facility. They are going on foot. If you see 47%. So planners, administrators, you have to think that where we can put our health facility so that public can go and have their healthcare services. So you see 47% they are going on foot. And if you see the referral health facilities, how they are going. So they want nearby any health facility. So 36% they are going by bus, but 20% they are going by rickshaw, van or like that. That means they want near one. They don't want a very far away referral health services. For that reason, whenever we are planning something, we have to plan that how can we provide our healthcare, where we can keep our healthcare facility so that public can go there and have a quality care. Next, please. So quality and quantity, you know it very well. WHO has stated that effective leadership and management, here we need that effective leadership and management are essential to scaling up the quality and quantity of health services and to improving population health. Yes, we have to improve the population health to reduce the burden of the tertiary care level hospitals. Otherwise, that not only that's only amount of hospitals we cannot set only, but of course the quality of health services we have to take care of that. Otherwise, the burden will not be able to reduce and we will not be able to keep all person in a well health. So in our India nowadays, we are thinking that wellness center, we are telling that everybody no need to be the sick one, then you can find out your healthcare system. But if you are well also, come to our wellness center and just promote your health so that you can keep well. If your wellness is maintained, then ultimately our healthcare burden will reduce. So now the planning, we are thinking that in our state also, we have started health wellness center. So next, please. So if you think that the aim of our healthcare management, then we can see the improving of population health. Yes, we have to improve our own health so that we can keep ourselves healthy. Then you see our healthcare management system and so the burden will be reduced and automatically the quality will enhance. Now, the setting up the quality, quantity and quality of healthcare services according to the perceived needs and demands of the community, we have to think. So if there are really, we need only the specialized area, then we have to think about that. And otherwise, if you want to keep your population healthy, then go for the wellness center and just keep everybody healthy. Go to the next, please. So you see the scope of healthcare management. So you see on everywhere, healthcare management can come, the scope. Mapping of community health profile, what exactly, where doctors are there, where clinics are there. So in which area actually there is a need to set up any wellness center or any hospital. And you see the policy you have to prepare also. I'm telling from the administrative point of view. So not only that, running and improving healthcare services. People are coming, if they are not getting the good service, so automatically they will not come, they will go to the co-work or nearby someone. So now you have to think about improve the quality of health services, your PSC unit, your hospitals, clinic, like that. And not only that, new health services and training of trainers. You have to train everyone. You have to give, we are giving health education. Nurses, always we are giving health education to all, but it's not possible. You have to train the trainers and they will go in a cascade manner and they will provide the service to the grassroots level of they have to reach. Not only that, you have to prepare some protocol also, and running a healthcare program, or you have to conduct again and again. You have to take the project, you have to do the research, and again and again, where is the need and what exactly to be done to keep my population healthy. And not only that, research, thesis, survey, again and again. You do the survey, identify the need, and accordingly you plan that one. Next, please. Yes. if you see that the types of healthcare services nowadays, that is the preventive care, the public health programs, community programs, and personal lifestyles. We have to take care of that one. That is the actually preventive aspect. Not only that, primary care, just physician's office, where, or clinics, where is it, and self-care and alternative medicines. They can use it as a primary care. But specialized care, yes, we have to think about the specialized clinics. And if you see the chronic care, they must need to continue their chronic care. That is the primary healthcare settings, specialist provider clinics, home health and long-term care facilities, self-care and alternative medicine. We have to think about that also for the chronic care and the management. Next, please. Here, if you see, that is the population-oriented prevention, that is the broad base. That means we need this one in a proper manner. And then clinical preventive services, then primary medical care, then secondary medical, then tertiary medical care. But if we see, so the primary prevention is the broad base, and secondary prevention and tertiary is the last one. But really, unfortunately, we are providing our investment to the, you see, the tertiary medical care is getting more attention, and population-oriented prevention is really, we are giving only 2%. So you see the unfortunate condition. So where we have to put more money in a relative investment will be, the broad base will be downwards. But we are doing in a just opposite manner. Next, please. So nowadays, you see that trains and directions in healthcare delivery system is changed from, that is the illnesses. Now, previously we used to tell, if you are ill, then go to hospital. Now this idea is changed. We are telling, if you are well also, go there. And just keep yourself healthy, so that where is your problem, go for checkup, and think that, because we know it very well, that early diagnosis and treatment is well, so that if you are going early diagnosis means it's a good treatment we are starting without any delay in diagnosis, delay in treatment. So you don't want any delay. So for that reason, that is the illnesses idea is changed to wellness. Not only that, acute care, just wherever you are sick only, you can run to hospital. No, before that you have to think about go for primary care. If you have any problem, go to primary care, and then inpatient to outpatient. Just why are you thinking to admit all those patients? No, you can serve to from outpatient department also. So think about that, so that if you are giving a good outpatient department services, then you can reduce the burden of your hospital. That is the inpatient. Not only that, individual health to community well-being. In COVID also, they have given a very good lesson to us. You are well, that doesn't mean that all of us, we are well. Now we are thinking about the community well-being. I am well and you be the well, so that we all, community wellness, we have to think. And the fragmented care, not nowadays, we are telling that managed care and independent institutions. No, we are thinking about the integrated setting, so that anyone, whenever they are coming to any hospital, they don't have to run here and there. So we want an integrated setting, and service duplication we don't want. We are telling that continuum of services. Next, please. So if we see, now we are coming to the management and administration. We know that very well that the management means a continuous dynamic process of effectively getting things done. But management means you have to do it by any means. And administrators, they are thinking, they are planning. So effectively achieving the identified objectives in right way, right time, with the least available resources. That means manpower, money, material. That is the good management we have to think. Next, please. So next slide, please. Yes, if you think the administrator and managers, they have the same responsibility, but you see the difference, because in lower level managers, they are implementing, whereas administration, they have the more responsibility in top level. Because top level, whatever you are planning, you are doing, execution will be done by the managers. So both of them, you have to take the same responsibility, but where you will work more, where administrator will work more to keep the population healthy, you have to think and plan it in a proper manner. So next, please. Yes. healthcare management, we just want everything here. Hospitals, providers, social programs, insurance, uninsured persons, medical research, prescription drugs, and healthcare costs. We have to keep in our mind. So everything will come under the healthcare management. Next, please. So planning, implementation, evaluation. If you think once that I have planned, I have achieved the goal. No, that is not enough. We have to think about the sustainability of our result. So for that reason, again and again, you have to do the planning, and then you will implement that. And don't forget to do your evaluation, because you have to evaluate in a continuous manner, so that exactly what you have got and what is to be done again. So you have to go for that. So sequence of steps that must be followed to reach the identified goal. Next, please. So if we think about that is the planning. Yes. Yeah. So all the plans you take, you have to assign the team, and you have to assign the team leader and term of reference of planning. Everything you have to do it from the administration and health services. That is the need and demand of the public, and not only the what are their health needs or what the health problems are there. And you have to plan. Whenever you are planning, you have to just don't forget to select your vision, mission, goal, objectives, strategies, and organizing and resources, implement it, evaluate it. Always you have to do your action plans and implement. Whenever you are implementing, that means managers, just be careful. Whenever you are just you organize, you provide the actual staffs, directing, coordination, reporting, supervision, and timetable when it is done when. And evaluation, this is the really key performance indicators, and monitoring and supervision, and communication with the stakeholders internally as well as externally. You use your stakeholders to do those things, and replanning, and always decision making. So achieving your goals, cost effectiveness, and health and social impact, and customer satisfaction. Yes, of course, whenever you are going to do anything, you have to think about whenever you are going to giving service to your hospital, think about your customer satisfaction. Then everything will come to your mind, and you can plan in that way. Next, please. Next. Yes, preparation. For that reason, preparation is the key, and we know it. Preparation for planning is the first step towards the development of a good plan, and to objective is to ensure that the planning process can be carried out smoothly. Yes, always we know it very well. If we unplanned, that means we will fail. Obviously we will fail to do something. So see it properly and plan it in a proper manner. Next, please. Yes, study of the nature and distribution importance are contributing factors of the problems we are interested in. We have to collect the data. You think whenever we are doing research, collecting data, you see only that portion only we are collecting, but the middle portion or actual data we are missing to collect. For that reason, SWOT analysis we have to done. That is internet externally opportunities, threats. Okay, what happened? And SWOT analysis, if we do, here we can see that our strength and our weakness, we have to identify so that we can do the good planning. And not only that what is happening should be happening, and our problem and what actually happening. We have to formulate the problem statement to collect the data and for the proper planning. Next, please. Yes, next is any situation. Whenever we are going to do the situation analysis, we have to think that the extent of problem, that means the prevalence of problem, prevalence of the that means how much at present are there, and incidents, and of course recurrence. Both the things are coming. So extent of the problem you try to identify. Then only you can, the seriousness of the problem you can think, and economic cost you have to plan, and then feasibility of the solution, and within the community priority policy you can formulate that one. Next, please. Yes, planning, how can we reach to the objectives? So this is the systematic process of identifying the desirable future goals, outlining the appropriate courses of action, and not only that, determining the resources required to achieve them. I can plan so many things, but really if it is not cost effective, we will not be able to implement that one. Because if you see the WHO definition, a process of organizing decisions and actions to achieve particular aims set within a policy. We have to think about that also. Next, please. Now, how can you do the action plan? And whenever you are administrators, you are doing your action plan, you think about that annual plan, who will do this, and what will be our key performance indicator, and timelines and resources. Who will do this? Who is going to do that? And not only that, that training of the staff, that how many training will be done, how many trainers training will be given, how many doctors or nurses, when it will be, and how all those things we have to plan it, and who will be responsible. We can give to any university or any college, they will conduct, where it will be done, all those things. And to buy a sonar, everything. If you want, we have to, radiology department will be done, quotation with everything in a proper manner. You have to plan it. So that, and always in an action plan, this will be done when, what, who, complete planning is required. Next, please. Yes, just if you see, evaluation of a continuous process to ensure program success and ongoing improvement to achieve the predetermined goal and objective. It can be done all through process, or at mid-level, or at the end of the program we can do it. And evaluation method means what key performance indicators we selected, we have to go to that indicator, and only that indicator's calculation, experts' opinion, customers' opinion, and of course job owner opinion, all those things to be collected. All aspects should be evaluated: goals, plan, performance, time, effort, cost benefit, and sustainability. Just one time if we are doing, it's not sustainable. So we have to think always about the sustainability also. Next, please. Yeah, if we think that the maintenance of regular checking of ongoing activities, that will be record what the system is actually doing and detect possible deviations, why there are deviations, what should be the course of action, and where there are deficiencies, then control and correct. And supervision, whenever going for any supervision, making sure that staff performs their duties effectively with competency to work hard. For example, in our nursing, if any staff is doing any wrong thing, that means we don't scold them. We tell them that a root cause analysis. Why she is performing in a wrong manner? Why she is unable to do it in a proper manner? Is there any deficiency of knowledge? Is there any deficiency of skill? So if we scold her, then my mistake will not be corrected. For that reason, we have to think, and we have to think for the on-job training also. If they have the problem, we have to think for the on-job training. Next, please. Next, in the communication. Yes, in every level, we have to do the communication. All stakeholders must participate in the planning process, and internal stakeholders for appropriate planning, and of course, external stakeholders, that is the community leaders. They will be able to identify, they will be able to help you in your planning and reporting. Of course, you have to report that this was the plan, and this we are going to implement it to the related stakeholders. That may be monthly, maybe quarterly, maybe annually. Next, please. So replanning and decision making. Planning is continuous and cyclical process. Yes, or you know it very well that how you are implementing, finding out, and again you are going for planning. So evaluation is the result against the pre-identified goals and objectives may reveal some deviations or failure. So replanning may be necessary to correct the implementation or even to make a backup plan to achieve the goals. Okay, next please. Yes, all role of healthcare management. Yes, you have to do so many things. You have to think about the patient care, that is the quality management, and of course the organizational structure. What changes to be done in your organizational structure so that we can implement we can get the good result. Not only that, manpower utilization, some is sitting here and someone is working hard. So you have to think about the workload to be given to all, utilization management, cost and financial operations, marketing of healthcare services, not only that, corrective actions and follow up. Next, please. So this is the role, that is the enormous gap remain. I know for that reason, so many hospitals are coming up, and too much variations in outcomes among the various healthcare organizations. And not only that, the resources devoted to health system are very unequally distributed and not at all in proportion to the distribution of health problems. In my country, health problems are so much, but in budget, if you see, we are giving the less money. Naturally, it will be a really difficult, and we will not be able to think about our quality care also. Next, please. So healthcare managers, you have to maintain the leadership, of course, professionalism, business skill and knowledge, and of course, knowledge of the healthcare environment and communication and relationship management. Or everything is related with everyone. Otherwise, we will not be able to get the quality care in healthcare management. Next, please. So we are we have to think, we have to plan, we have to go ahead to keep my population healthy. In not only doctors, not only nurses are the pillar of healthcare institution, but everything, timely investigation, timely treatment started, timely bringing to the client to my hospital, or we have to work in the community also, so that to keep all the public and population healthy. So thank you very much. Next. Yes, role of management technique that improve the quality, safety, efficiency, and effectiveness of healthcare using knowledge-based tools, techniques, and programs for system improvement. Next, please. I want to tell about our Bengal also. Some grand success are there. That is a 90% choose government service. But if we are satisfied that 90%, 99% are coming, so we are wrong. Because we have to think about the sustainability. So one time we have achieved goal, that doesn't mean that always 99% public will come. So it's a responsibility, it increases more. And not only that, 80%, but due to the good quality services, they are coming, and 69% women, they are for ANC services, at least 3 times they are coming. And not only that, majority of mothers accepted postnatal services from our government sub-center or block primary health center. So, and our immunization, that is the 80% advices they are giving, and breastfeeding, they are continuing, and advices are giving nurses, because they are really scanty of nurses. Manpower is our very less. Next, please. Yes, 44.33% belong to scheduled caste, scheduled tribe families, and who represent mostly the poorer section of the community. They are coming in primary healthcare also. In West Bengal, indicated that lower income groups utilize the service more. Higher income groups, they are going to the private facilities. Next, please. So maximum utilized service in government hospitals, that is the non-progression of labor, complications of labor, and complications of newborn, meningitis, CVA or cerebrovascular emergencies, road traffic accidents, snake bite, and cases requiring major surgical and orthopedic intervention, blood transfusion. Majority of with those problems, they are coming to the government sectors for treatment. And this is our success. I am not going in details. This is our West Bengal particularly. Really, we are thinking, I am in administration, nursing directorate. So we are thinking, we are planning exactly what could be done to get the good result. And not only that, to prevent the early marriage also, we are thinking about them also. In our state also, we are doing so many things, Shati, and so many programs we have taken. And next, please. Yes, drawbacks are in our OPD, huge numbers of clients are coming. So long waiting hours at the facility was a major deterrent. So we are thinking about the construction of information kiosk, inquiry, or online OPD tickets. We are thinking about that. I don't know what is the condition of your country, and lack of communication from doctors. Doctors are so busy, they will not be able to communicate to my clients. So nobody explains what was there in the report and what is to be done, all those things. So we are thinking about the strengthening the services of social welfare officers and also health communicators, who will be able to go to the client and they will explain everything in a proper manner. So we are thinking about that. Next, please. So distance and poor communication is a constraint, and utilize the healthcare facilities. So cleanliness and toilet facilities not really good, and referral system, and only 25% who are referred can't decide where to go to the hospital or to the private doctors. So all those points we are trying to cover it. Next, please. So needs further planning, that is the formation of mother and child hub. Yes, we are thinking, and not only that, I don't know, Professor Datuk, what have you done? Nurse midwifery practitioner, have you prepared in your country? Nurse practitioner, midwifery. So we are thinking that we separate nursing cadre who will be able to do the nurse practitioner in midwifery. So they will be for the mother and children only. The separate nursing cadre, they will be there. And cleanliness and communication, we are thinking to all those. And not only that, we are trying to integrate all blocks and all primary center or tertiary care center in our through the modes of communication, so that we can just they can utilize that one through any group. And telemedicine services also we have started. Next, please. So this is, if you do the management in a best manner, and your administrators can oversee the problems of the public, and you can keep them healthy, so that really we will gain the best prizes, because this is our goal of healthcare management. So as you will do, not only that, you have to plan, you have to check the progress, then your prosperity, then only, and think about the sustainability. Once you have achieved the goal, that doesn't give you the surety that it will be continued. Next, you have to do the hard work. Thank you very much. Next, please. Thank you. We are thinking of a brighter tomorrow, which will start today onward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Have a seat, Professor. So the conclusion that the outcome is the best, cheaper for healthcare management is for the community more healthy, right? But carefully, because the sustainability should be we aware about this one, right, Professor? Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Professor, for wonderful presentation. I think it's very important issue. So we will next for the third keynote speech. I will invite, let me introduce the third keynote speech, named Dr. Wahyu Puji Nugraini, PSG, PhD, Organization, National Research and Innovation Agency in Indonesia. Dr. Wahyu have graduated from a doctoral program at Faculty of Public Health in Universitas Indonesia, and then have professional experience the last in 2022 until now. Dr. Wahyu as a senior research at Health Research Organization, National Research and Innovation in Indonesia. For the consultant, the last, Dr. Wahyu have as a technical consultant, and then Dr. Wahyu have so many professional training. Yeah. So, Dr. Wahyu, time is yours.
Yes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation to be speaker here in this great opportunity for me. So for the short time, I want to present my idea. Can I see the presentation, please? Committee? Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. So our topic for today is
a universal health coverage policy during the COVID-19 pandemic. Yes, next slide, please. Yes, we all know that the access to health services is a human right for every citizen. So, and access is defined as the opportunity and ability of a person to obtain needed health services and protection from financial risk. Fulfillment of access right is this is a concept of equal access. And the fact inequality or gap of access exists in all countries, also in Indonesia. Inequality of access is because by various factors. Some of them are geographical and demographic condition, limited resources, government policies, and also the influence of globalization. Slide. What is the universal health coverage? Yes, universal health coverage is about ensuring that people have access to the health care they need without suffering financial hardship. Who? All people, including the poor and most vulnerable. So what? Full range, essential services and good quality. And how to reach universal health coverage? Yes, one of them is reducing out-of-pocket expenses through cost sharing. It means prepayment and risk pooling. And you know, World Health Organization defined UHC as a healthcare system with motive of equity and in access through promotive, preventive, curative, and rehabilitative health intervention. Slide. Yes. Well, maybe all people ask what's the urgency of we must get universal health coverage. I note for important that we have to know that why we need reach universal health coverage. And number one, universal health coverage, the urgency is for ensuring that the health financing system incorporate a method of financing health services by prepaid contribution. This aims to share risks among residents as well as prevent spending health services that lead to financial disaster or catastrophic. And number two, universal health coverage important for ensuring the adequacy and fair distribution of quality health service infrastructure and resources so that the population can obtain quality and equitable health services. Number three, why is important to get universal health coverage? For ensuring the public fund for the implementation of health services activities or program will be managed and organized carefully, contribute on building sustainable health funding for the entire health system. And number four, planning the transition to universal health insurance so that it can meet the needs of citizens for health services and improve the equality of services, reduce poverty, achieve common international goals, including the goals of the Millennium Development Declaration and achieving health for all. Yes, this is a component we use to ensure the universal health coverage running well. We have four components for UHC. Number one is affordability. Affordability is to make sure that there is no financial protection across people in whole country. And then number second is accessibility. It's mean equity for
maybe access, resources, and etc. to all people in a whole country. Kemudian, and then quality is acceptability, and the last is services. Services is availability. So all the main approach that have been done to achieve the universal health include equitable health services. It means provide all population and people with equal access and availability of the health services. And second, quality health services. It means the services must contain good quality to enhance and promote services. And number three, multi-sectoral coordination. It's mean including collaboration with the government, local, private, and other sector for effective outreach of health services. And the last, health system reform. This is a very important part of the universal health coverage component that there should be a central change in the system mentioning universal health coverage at its target of achievement. Slide. Yes, maybe we all know what is dimension of universal health coverage. There is three main dimension of universal health coverage. Number one is population coverage. It means extend services to population which have not yet been addressed. And then health service coverage, it means include other area where the health facilities have not reached it yet. And financial coverage, reduce the cost sharing and fees while obtaining health services. Next. How is universal health coverage in Indonesia before pandemic? Yes, since January 1, 2014, government has implemented a national social security system. We already call Jaminan Kesehatan Nasional or JKN. So the Social Security Administration Agency or BPJS as an institution that manages the implementation of health insurance and service of the community. So BPJS is operator of the JKN. And then until now, the number of participants of national health insurance reached about 18.7% from total population of Indonesia. And total health facility that coordination with the JKN is more than 26,000, including primary and secondary health services, and spread out in in the 34 provinces in Indonesia. Yes, this is one of evidence our research. In 2017, we conduct research for impact evaluation of JKN program. So the result is one of this. This is we analyze secondary data from Indonesia Family Life Survey from 2007 and then 2014. The results show that in the picture there is increasing significantly for membership from population in Indonesia become membership of JKN. This is almost equal in every social economic groups. Quintile 1, quintile 2, quintile 3, 4, and 5. Okay, next slide. This is second evidence, also the result of our research. So there was a significant increasing of hospitalization rate in all socio-economic groups in Indonesia after 1 year implementing national health insurance or JKN. This is impact evaluation for 1 year implementing of JKN. Okay. Next slide, please. Yes, this is the third result from our research. The picture show that this is a evaluation of 1 year implementing JKN, so that the JKN program was able to improve access to inpatient disparities with a concentration index decrease by minus 0.108 point in the sample of age 40, and then also sample 15 years old. So the first hypothesis of this study is that the JKN program improve inequality in access to inpatient services. So this is we use methodology impact evaluation, retrospective quasi-experiment data we got from Indonesian Family Life Survey from 2007 and 2014. The impact of the JKN program on access is measured by PSM and different. Also, we use index concentration, and access equity is measured by concentration index and concentration curve. So this is the proof. We can prove that national health insurance can make a small gap for access in healthcare system in Indonesia. Next slide. So I want to show about the picture of COVID-19 pandemic in Indonesia. Maybe all the participants already know that pandemic 19 is still going on until now, but the cases maybe now is already down. In Indonesia, the COVID-19 pandemic in Indonesia is part of the ongoing worldwide pandemic of coronavirus disease. From 2019, from 2019. So on 2 March 2000, Indonesian President Joko Widodo announced the fourth cases in our country. And by 9 April 2000, the pandemic had spread to all 34 provinces in Indonesia. As of November 12, 2022, Indonesia has reported 6.5 million cases, and in the cases is the second highest in Southeast Asia behind Vietnam. And there is 159,000 deaths. Indonesia ranks second in Asia and then in the world. So next slide. This is the picture our COVID pandemic cases in Indonesia from 2019 until now. So the peak of cases we occur on February 2000. Okay, next slide. Yes. So how the health services policy? What about the health services policy during the pandemic? I note 5 important information about this. Number 1 is the government is trying to quickly handle it by forming a task force team to deal with COVID-19, which is led directly by the president. And then on March 13, 2000, the president signed presidential decree number of 2000 concerning to task force for the acceleration of handling COVID. And then also President Decree number 12 2000 concerning designation of non-natural disaster by the spread of coronavirus disease as a national disaster. And also government makes strategic steps are also immediately taken by the government, especially in the health sector. And COVID-19 referral hospital added initially 10 government hospital were prepared to be added to now 132 government hospital plus 109 army hospital plus 53 Polri. Polri is security part of the army hospital, and then also 64 BUMN hospital. Now we have a lot of hospital to available recovering or give treatment for COVID-19 patient in Indonesia. Nice. Next slide. So what is a universal health coverage policy during pandemic in Indonesia? Yeah, there is three main what the government Indonesia done for the overcome the pandemic Indonesia through the universal health coverage mechanism. The first one is a national health system reform 2000-2001 until 2000-2004. And then number second is in government to strengthening the health system as part of post-COVID learning by involving many ministering institutions in all components of the national health system. And also this is important point is the government has paid for all costs of COVID-19 treatment since the government announced the status of a disaster during the COVID-19 pandemic condition in early 2000. This is three important the government decision for overcome the pandemic COVID in Indonesia. So this is maybe my last presentation. This what is Indonesia government doing for maintaining universal health coverage during pandemic or after pandemic maybe. It's number one, say maintain basic level of routine health service delivering during a public health emergency, eliminate barrier to access to health services, maintaining critical infrastructure and transportation. And then number four, timely and flexible access to emergency or crisis finance. And number four, have a clear and flexible command structure. Number six, collaboration, coordination, and partnership. And then seven, have clear communication channel between health system actor and other sector. And number eight, have adequate trained and willing workforce. And number nine, have access to medical supplies and equipment, including personal protective equipment, antiviral and ventilators, and during a crisis. And the last one, have a plan for post-event recovery that addresses a variety of issues. Okay, this is my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wahyu. Have a seat, Doctor. So in conclusion, that Dr. Wahyu have taught related to policy, government in Indonesia policy related to the healthcare services during pandemic COVID-19 that our government in Indonesia have so many policy have done and apply in public health center in community. So thank you very much, Dr. Wahyu, for wonderful presentation. So in the next session, we will have Q&A. I think so many people will ask through this kind of issue. It's wonderful issue. So maybe I will ask 2 or 3 people will ask the question, please. The first time by offline first. Okay, please. The first 1.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Astuti, a pediatrics lecturer from STIKes Widya Dharma Husada Tangerang. I would like to ask to Prof. Datuk Bibi. Okay. In this pandemic era, as we know that wearing mask is a must, especially for the disposable mask to prevent the spread of coronavirus COVID-19. But in the other hand, this disposable mask cause a ton of trash, which not environmentally friendly. So what can we do as health workers to reduce the uncontrollable trash, or maybe to make it more environmentally friendly? Thank you.
Hello. Thank you very much for your question. Actually, during the pandemic, I think everybody goes for something that can cover the face, isn't it? So they were not able to tell which one is perishable, which one is like, how do I say? Because, can you imagine I just want to tell you, and the number of masks thrown into the sea. And it was not even properly, what is it now? You have to cut the string. And then it's going into the turtle's neck and all sort of thing, and you can see all ashore. So because it was like a pandemic, an emergency, and so we do not know what to do during that time. So, even the plastic, I remember in Malaysia, you're talking about masks, even the healthcare, the doctors and nurses, we have to cut the plastic and just cover ourselves and things like that, because there's so much of influx of patients coming. So all those things that has been, they're supposed to prepare all those masks, and then even the mask has sort of run out of stock actually. So if you ask me which one is what during that time, we do not know actually. So now maybe we have to be prepared. What are the sort of masks that we should we should get it ready, which one that is environmentally friendly, so that it will not be like it thrown everywhere, and then it will be like a trash. So, but for example, in Malaysia, we have to educate the nurses or any healthcare provider, to ensure that how do you put on a mask, and then where do you throw it, isn't it? So there will be a a receptacle to throw your mask away. So this is what we have done now. But then, of course, studies have shown, and then now the pharmacists are selling good masks. What do you call that already? That the mask that has been recommended, for the hospital and things like that. So we in the hospital, for example, nurses and any healthcare providers, you depend on, because it is given by the hospital where it is in hospital. So those are the masks that, actually supposed to be environmentally friendly. When you throw them, it cannot become a trash, or, it perishes. But then, when you buy it yourself from the shop, then you do not know whether, it can be, it can be this one. But as much as possible, we try to get from a good pharmacist, so that, it will be, it is perishable. It is not like lying around. Yeah. But what we did last time was we burn. But then burning, in the city is a bit different. In Kuala Lumpur, the moment they see smoke coming, then the firefighting, Yeah, smokeless. Yeah. So you have your experience. Maybe you can share, doctor.
So actually, to reply you, I would say that you can burn it if you are using the disposable mask. You can just store in one place, and there are so many mechanisms to destroy it. So without any smoke or all those things. Otherwise, if you are using the washable one, you have to wash and keep it in the sunlight. So you can do that one also. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
Sharing from India. Thank you.
Dr. Wayu, give some information. No, okay. Thank you. I think because the pandemic COVID-19 is like outbreak, so we can handle all of the impact of this kind of prevention. So maybe after this the case will be done. So we have like innovation, how to manage this one, I think. Thank you. Next, in this side, in up. Yes, Miss. Yes.
Assalamualaikum. Sebelumnya saya visi dari Rekam Medis dan Informasi Kesehatan STIKes Widya Dharma Husada Tangerang. Sebelumnya Pak Widi, mohon maaf saya menggunakan bahasa Indonesia.
Siap.
Ya, saya mau bertanya untuk dengan Prof. Smriti tentang health management. Tadi di role of health management nomor 4 itu ada teknologi manajemen. Pertanyaan saya itu terkait dengan layanan telemedicine yang terjangkau di setiap blok. Tadi ada di perencanaan lebih lanjut. Pertanyaan saya, untuk manajemen data kesehatan, bagaimana pengolahan data kesehatan di India hingga bisa sampai ke warga dan bisa digunakan untuk pengambilan keputusan? Mengingat saat ini banyak ahli di bidang teknologi di India. Ya, terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih. Professor, she asked about the telemedicine and collect the data because the data is very important to create the policy. Okay. So yeah, she asked about the how to manage, how collect the data in India and how to collect and analyze this data.
Okay, thank you very much for your question. Really, it's a good question. And yes, telemedicine is a new concept we are running now. And not only that, we are thinking about the digital, all those recording system also. So in telemedicine, there is a headquarters in our Swasthya Bhavan, that is that in directorate. And from there only, to the last, that means in the villages, rural community, we have a good connection. So from sitting there, whatever they are, just when a client is telling anything, directly that can come to us, and all our specialists, there are some, in medical colleges, there are some centers. So all specialists, doctors, nurses, they are sitting there, and directly they can talk to them and they can get their advices. And if any problem, just we have a very good connection. So it will directly reach to directorate also, where all specialists are there. They are giving their advices. So really it's working very well. And every day we are having so many clients, and in our whole, I am from West Bengal, India. So in our all area, we have just prepared one telemedicine center, so that nurses and doctors are there for 24 hours. They are providing the service. So there is no problem at all to get the specialist services or whatever they want, just at their hand. And not only that, we are thinking about our digital recording system also. Everything will be prescribed on digitally, and all nursing cares also. Just we have to, whenever just on during admission only, patient will be admitted, and all informations will reach to the ward only. And nurses and doctors are providing instruction. Nurses, while they are giving, just they will put the tick mark. Yes, it is given, and everybody, they will have a own ID. So that who has given that injection, that will be also automatically recorded. So everything, we are on the way. Really, we are working hard in the government level to do it, to implement it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, actually in India, so many people have, I mean the technology more advanced. So like telemedicine in India, this kind of technology approach can until remote area, right, Professor?
Yes, during COVID, really it worked very nicely. And because public were so, they were scared. Just they want to know what to do, where to go, exactly what to eat, what not to eat, what will be our lifestyle, all those things. And telemedicine worked a lot at that time only. And still we are continuing.
Okay. Another, okay. This one. Miss, yeah.
Okay, thanks for the opportunity. My name is Sharifah Lubna. I am a palliative care nursing lecturer at College of Health Science in Cirebon. First of all, thanks for the amazing and insightful presentation for all speakers. I have several questions. The first is for first speaker, Prof. Datuk Bibi Farida. I'm wondering if you don't mind, please share your experience or your opinion about the current issues of public health in Malaysia. In particular, I'm interested in the issue on SDGs, in particular Goal 3 about well-being, because as we know that there is a shift in the trend of the prevalence of the disease from communicable disease to non-communicable disease or chronic disease. So I think the well-being issue is very important. Please share your experience in Malaysia. And the second question is, in Malaysia, especially Lincoln University College, is there any subject or course that discuss about sustainability in nursing, or maybe it's already integrated in the nursing curriculum? Please share also your experience. And for the second speaker, Prof. Smriti Mani, it's still related.
One by one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, better one by one.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
You're
Please,
right. I'm
Professor.
already forgetting,
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Okay. What is the second one you're asking?
About the course.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. I
yeah.
go to the second one. I mentioned just now that we have started the Bachelor of Science honors in public health nursing. So we have started to put in the sustainability in the modules. Yeah. So actually, because we have started a few institute in Indonesia for program Merdeka, yeah. So those S1, S1 taking your degree, actually you can choose a few modules to take in any countries lah. If you want to take in Malaysia, because we have already, we are doing it at the moment. So maybe because we will be giving you the curriculum and you choose which other module. And then, as I mentioned just now, that we have started to put in the, the SDG 17, and one of them actually is sustainability, development and all that. But of course, there's so many there, and they are all intertwined actually, from nutrition to cut off poverty and all that. Actually, we started that early last time, even when I did the applied nutrition in UI, especially to cut down the poverty cycle. Because at that time, I think not only in Indonesia, but basically in all over the world, and also especially in the underdeveloped countries, your maternal mortality is very high. Our maternal mortality is very high. The toddler, especially with malnutrition and things like that. So those actually last time, but now you are coming into the non-CDC and things like that, So maybe because we are so overemphasized, anxious to treat our patient, that things like the diabetes, the heart disease, and things like that is coming. And as what my friend here from India, we have the wellness center. So it's not like you don't have to get sick first to get to the hospital, but you can go to the wellness center, because in the wellness center it addresses a lot of things. A lot of things. From you actually they have to diagnose you first lah. There's a doctor, and to see what are your problem. But at the same time, they are telling you what are the preventive aspect. Now in Malaysia, even for example, I give a hospital Putrajaya, there's always a corner on the wellness center, and special corner for diabetes and things like that, the heart and all that. So that is actually what we are trying to do now. So the first thing, we change the curriculum. As I said, we are allowed to change 30 credits in that curriculum within that 5 years, which means that we can change it according to the trend. So if the trend now is like we are talking about the after effect of pandemic, so there's a lot of lesson learned there. So how are we going to prepare ourselves? Even the simple mask, for example, even a simple mask. I know how we are going to, what sort of mask you're using, what sort of thing. So a lot of lesson learned from the process that we have gone through the pandemic, and it has, sometimes maybe some positive effect also, because telemedicine has become very strong, even now somebody is talking from UK to you later on. So it was like, it has strengthened the other side, like the world is becoming smaller. So in Malaysia, first thing, we have already changed our curriculum, bachelor, into the, we have some aspect of sustainability, all right? And in terms of wellness, in terms of how you maintain your health and all that, we have this wellness center. I think everywhere there's a wellness center now, every country. Yeah, because, the whole thing is about, the goal is, to achieve that healthy nation. So because you see, I go to any country now, I can see it's all clean. Even I go out, from your bandara to here, it's all clean everywhere. And there's a lot of greens. You see how they try to prevent the pollution. We have a lot of trees because you cannot get away from your macet, from your traffic jam. You cannot get away with it. You have to live with it. And how are you going to prevent that pollution? So you have a lot of trees. So it's like that in every country. All right. So did I answer your question? I missed something. Huh? I'm very forgetful this time.
What are the public health?
Okay, of course, the awareness sort of, especially in Malaysia. We have the rural side of Malaysia. You don't look at Kuala Lumpur only. You have to look. For example, I'm from the state of Sabah, which is in the island of Borneo. We are sharing with Kalimantan, so we have a lot of inaccessible, what is it now? Rural areas. But the problem is that we bring in the KFC to the we bring in the KFC to the rural areas. So people indulge on it. So you have this, like, end up with obesity and things like that. So the challenges is that, the young ones now, they want to have all this fast food and all that. So that we have to see what sort of fast food that is allowed, for example. Then it will be like, to give you a healthy lifestyle. So the challenges, basically, we have to create awareness among the community. And that is the role of the nurses, especially the public health nurses, because now it's changing from the hospital to the community. So we have put a lot of emphasis on the community health and community care. Yeah, even with the maternity, because in Malaysia last time, about 50 years ago, our maternal mortality was like 300, 100,000 live births. But now we have come down to about 26. 26, why? Because we make sure that, we train certain sector of people, community, like we call it the bidan. But this is not the kampung bidan. This is a government bidan, which is only for midwifery, for example. So it helps to bring down the maternal mortality. Even our infant mortality, toddler mortality is already going down. You see, so because everybody wants to go for a healthy nation. So when you talk about toddler mortality, if it's very high, it means, your economic status is very, very low. So if your infant mortality is very high, it means that the accessibility to health is very poor. They cannot go into the rural areas. You see, that was the challenges that, especially I was in public health, that we challenge. The challenges last time. But now we've improved because of transportation and communication. That has gone down, but something has gone up. Yeah, okay. So I hope you understand one. Yeah, all right.
Thank you, Professor.
India is sharing.
Oh.
For me now. Next question.
For Professor Smriti. Yeah.
And for Prof. Smriti Mani, still related to previous questions, that a lot of people suffered from chronic illness, incurable illness like cancer or other incurable disease. So is there any like specialized healthcare management or healthcare system to to cope this problem in India?
Yes, you are right. Thank you very much for the specialized question. Rather, I would say, yes, there are specialty hospital only for cancer. So many private institutions and all government organizations also, there is a separate wing for any cancer and all those things. And separate government hospitals are also there in our West Bengal. That is only for cancer. And apart from the private institutions, whole hospital is only for cancer. Like that only, all specialized services. Not only that, whole hospital is for only trauma care. And whole hospital is for only neuro. Like that, specialized cares are available in West Bengal as well as in India. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Wayu, give some information related to this one? No? Okay.
Boleh satu lagi.
I think we give another person to question because we have some several question in online, in Zoom and YouTube. Could you the question?
Okay, Mr. Ahmad Huda, you can ask us.
Okay, thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Ahmad Huda from Kuwait.
Oh,
I
great.
want to ask to Professor Dr. Datuk B.J. Haji Florina. I'm your student, Prof.
Your student. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. I am interested about your topics about making nursing greens. How to improve to making nursing green because like team or group community. Thank you, Prof.
Could you repeat the question, the last sentence? The last sentence.
Okay. Yes. Hello.
Yeah.
It's clear, my sons?
Yeah. Could you repeat?
Yes. My name is Ahmad Huda, Prof. I'm your PhD in nursing program student from Lincoln University, Malaysia.
Yes.
No, I'm working under Ministry of Health in Kuwait.
Oh yeah, that's good.
So in Kuwait, still very early. That's why I'm start to join the conference. The time in Kuwait, 3:30 early mornings.
Oh, okay.
I am very interested about your topics about making nursing greens. How to improve to making nursing greeners? Look like team or group community. Thank you, Prof.
Community. Okay, sorry, I didn't hear you properly. The last word. Okay, first of all, thank you very much. It's so nice to see you, our STIKes student working in Kuwait.
Nice to meet you all.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, I actually, you know why I use the how to make nurses green, because nurses are mostly in the hospital. Okay, yeah, in a very painful environment sometimes. Yeah, so how do you know? Actually, it's basically in the community. In terms of prevention. Because nurses are always with the community at all level of care, isn't it? So they must make sure that they understand the SDG, the 17 SDG. How do they intertwine themselves? All right, and how they become like an activist for the patient. Okay, how do they make the patient aware that the environment has a detrimental effect on the health, because when they do health education they talk about that. And what about nutrition? All right, and what about the climate and things like that. So and then all the diseases that has a connection to it. And when I talk about nutrition, you can be obese, but you are not also healthy, things like that. So basically it's your role, your role, if you go around the SDG 17, you look at it, there is a role into it. So that's why I said, make them greener. It makes them more like on the go, makes them more aggressive, makes them holistic. This is what actually my thinking is, so that is why I said how to. That's why in my slide just now I put up a lot of those environmental issues, the society, and also of course the economic point of view. Yeah, how do you go about doing that? Because anything new, the government will look at you and say, okay, where's the budget? But how do you make it in a very cost-effective way? So that you don't disturb so much, or you save a lot of budget for that. But like how do you prepare cheap, available, locally nutritious food, available but nutritious and locally available, for example. Yeah, so there's a lot of things that we can make ourselves like a little green, a little aggressive, a little proactive, to see that, to look at the changes in the world. So it's something like that. So you are working which hospital, by the way?
I'm working in Al-Sabah Hospital.
So it's a
under Ministry of Health, yes, specialist.
Hospital. So even though in that hospital, basically you're fixing, but try to prevent so that there'll be no reoccurrence. So you still can be an activist to the patient, isn't it? Yeah. So I'm so happy to see you. I hope I answer your question. Do you want to add in? Okay. Thank you. What's your name already?
Yes, Prof. My name Ahmad Huda, Prof.
Pak Huda.
Ahmad Huda.
Ahmad.
Yeah.
Okay. All the
Yeah,
best.
actually I'm from East Java, Lamongan City.
All right.
From East Java.
Okay. Yes, Jiva.
Anyhow, maybe next time I will partnership with Lincoln University and my college in Lamongan, University of Muhammadiyah. I will try to tell to my rector to do partnership with Lincoln University College, Malaysia. Thank you so much, bro. Thank you so much.
Yeah, by the way, it is not University College. Now we are a university, Lincoln University. We have been upgraded. Okay.
Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
One question for Dr. Wahyu from YouTube or from Zoom. Any clear? Is no no question. It's clear. Yes. Yeah. Please.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, because curious about telemedicine in India. So, what is in your experience about the challenge to running telemedicine in India? Is number one, and second, how to calculate the cost of services with telemedicine mechanism. And the last is what kind of disease in India using telemedicine mechanism. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear. Actually, yes, to cost, I will tell that we have to buy one tab. So that tab will be kept with the A name who are working in the rural area. So from their tab only, clients are talking. And then one area, that means one district. So in one district headquarters, there is one telemedicine corner. So from the rural interior, through the tab only, they are connecting to the that corner. Okay, in a medical college. Online. But already in primary or secondary services? It is for anything, primary, secondary, or any simple questions. They need not to go to any OPD or any hospital or anywhere. Sitting there only, whenever my ANMs are going. So in the sub-center also, and whenever they are going for the visit, if they have any problem, which my ANMs or my health assistant female who are unable to answer, so that at that time only they are connecting and they are giving 24 hours. We have a team working here, and you are telling me what are the challenges, because they are unable to go to washroom also, because so many calls are coming, and for everything we are giving small questions, so that only doctors and nurses are able to give. We are providing them during the COVID time. We just we prepared all those things here only in our directorate. So we are providing food and everything, all water and everything. They are sitting here continuously, and continuously so many calls are coming. So we have kept telephones and also tabs and computer, so that they are connecting, and we are providing services. So it was really helpful, and do it really. So many persons who want to know that small things, whether they will continue the medicine or not, when they will stop or not. So we can prevent so many complications also, and their clients are also satisfied by that also. NCDs, particularly for the NCDs, that means non-communicable diseases, it's really helpful. Yes. Prescribing. Doctors are telling and prescribing and just writing it on the tab only, or they are showing, so that my nurses are there in the pharmacist. And my nurses are working there. That prescription will go to my nurses who are working there in the community level. So then from there only they can show the prescription and they can buy. But at least small problem we are telling. Otherwise we are referring for any without checking. Doctors will not give the prescription. So for small problems it is better, and we can guide them where to come, when to come. They are coming. So it's free from the course. Yeah, free. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wahyu and Professor Samrati. Smriti. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So this yeah, we show the slide, please. For the online YouTube and Zoom, we have 2 questions from Ega Harta Wijaya for Professor Dato Dr. Hajah Bibi. How can nurses contribute to a healthier environment, please?
I think I've mentioned just now, yeah, how you make nurse greener. So yeah, so it's almost the same, you know, how you make your nurse greener is like how you contribute to healthier environment. So you basically it's all about health education to the community, you know. When you go for home visit, when they go to the clinic, you know, you have to give health education to them, you know, to ensure healthy environment. All right, number 1. Yeah. And second thing, you're talking about how do you put trust on the government. Oh my goodness. Yeah. So who actually you want to blame when there's an emergency like that? We don't even know, you know, what happened, you know. So I mean, actually, we have to trust. We have to trust because we are now improving. You see, as I said, after a pandemic, there'll be a lot of lesson learned. So when there's a lot of lesson learned, it means there's a lot of improvement on that. Number 1. Number 2, not only the community, yeah, of course, yeah, the government actually they're trying to their best to give the best healthcare to the community. For example, they even have like telemedicine and things like that. Yeah, so we got to trust our own government, and then you actually is part of the government. Isn't it? So you have to play a role. Yeah, what is our role in helping the government to, basically complementary role. Now, how do we help them to have a better healthcare? You can always have a suggestion and things like that. And I tell you, in life, it's all about. I don't want to say it's a criticism, but maybe it's more positive feedback, negative feedback, and things like that. So all of us has to, handle that, carefully. So, for example, it's not only like Indonesia or Malaysia, but in some part of the world. You can imagine last time in Europe how many deaths. Basically, all the elderly, and we don't even know why it is occurring. For example, then we found out, in Europe, it seems that they bring the shoes to the house. And then it seems that when they take, turn over the shoes, a lot of COVID, things I read about it. So, I mean, who are you going to blame? Because we do not know, that suddenly it comes, suddenly it comes, what is the cause? At that time, we don't really know how do you treat that because the people keep on getting sick and keep on dying. So if you say, how do you put trust to the government? We got to trust our own government and we be part of that group of people, who is supposed to give, good suggestion to the government. So that's what I think. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe in the last question from here, anyone? Oh, okay. Please. Sorry, wait a minute.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Yuanita Ani Susilawati from STIKes Santo Guru Muse, Bandung. I would like to ask for Dr. Simiri and Dr. Datuk Bibi. Would you mind to share with us about the implementation of family maternity nursing home according to the primary prevention, secondary prevention, and tertiary prevention. As we knew, the maternity is part of sustainable healthcare. Thank you. At the Malaysia and India. Thank you.
Yes, this is a good question, because if we take care of the mother and the child, then everything will enhance. Actually, in our starting from the tertiary rural area to tertiary area, there are we are providing care to our mother and children starting from the pre-pregnant condition. Nowadays, we are preventing the teenage pregnancy also through the providing the adolescent healthcare clinic we are running. So starting from there, so there we are telling them that what is reproductive system and all those things, and how can we prevent, what are the, from to adolescents also, we are telling to use the all family planning methods to prevent the pregnancy. And not only that, to prevent the pregnancy, teenage pregnancy particularly, and teenage marriage, we have started to give some amount of money that after attaining your 21 years, if you get married, then we will give you some amount of money towards your marriage, so that we are preventing their marriage as well as teenage pregnancy. So that and it's working very well. And so that is the adolescent health clinic. And after that, if just after pregnancy, just after marriage, we are maintaining one register, and from there only all the registers from the periphery to the healthcare level, administrative level, we are connected. So on portal, online portal, all information we are putting, who is after marriage only. So after that, we are trying to delay her first pregnancy. That is the at least 3 years we are trying to tell them. And all of my nurses are going for a home visit, and they are telling that at least after your marriage, use your family planning methods, and they are doing the counseling also, family planning counsel. This is available as at their home also, and in the sub-center level also, and in all healthcare level. There are provisions of the counseling with all family planning methods. One unit we are running, that is the PP unit we call, and that unit is giving the health only all family planning methods counseling. So in every level, wherever they are going, in every hospital, starting from the sub-center to the tertiary level, everywhere they are getting the family planning counseling. So after delivery also, we have the PPIUCD training, and trained persons are there. So we are motivating them during the antenatal period to take any family planning method, and after delivery we are giving them PPIUCD. That is also very much, we have trained all our nurses and doctors, so they are providing the PPIUCD, or if they fail to take the PPIUCD, then we are giving the regular IUCD also, and that means the copper T and all family planning methods. Always, whenever in postpartum period also, at least 4 visits my nurses are doing. At that time also, they are telling again and again to prevent any pregnancy. So all over till her end of her reproductive period, we have a continuous system of giving the family planning counseling methods. Thank you.
So I just add in. Actually, what we are doing is exactly what India is doing, but this is a government. It's not like you are saying a family maternity center. We don't have that per se, but we have it with the government. You know, the maternal child health. So basically, we are what she's doctor is talking is what doctor is talking. Yeah, so what she's talking is basically what we are doing also, but it is in the maternal and child health care of the government hospital or government clinic. We don't have that sort of private institution, you know, unless, because you see in Malaysia, I know in Indonesia, the midwife can open a center, yeah, by yourself, but in Malaysia, no, we cannot open, the midwife cannot. In India, maybe, but Malaysia, no. If I have to open a maternity center, I have to work together with the doctor. The doctor is the one who is having the license, and I'm just part of that license. So I'm giving service as part with together with doctor. But for me as a midwife, I cannot open the center, and I know Indonesia can. So whatever doctor is talking just now, we are doing it in the maternal and child health. Basically,
I want to add that yes, in our India we have started, that is the MLCU. MLCU means midwifery led care unit. And OLCU means obstetric late care unit. And we have in our state, that is the one National Midwifery Training Institute. So after that, in every district, we are planning for SMTI, that means the State Midwifery Training Institute. And we have our 11 midwifery practitioners who are posted, who are only looking after. So it's our plan. We have just started on training and everything. So in every district, we are starting one MLCU. That means midwifery late care unit who will take care of the mother and children. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor, for your explanation. So with the end of this section, I will conclude this session. The correlation between sustainability and healthcare is current research topic and need to apply in community, not only in community but in clinical setting. So we hope to another issue is increasing awareness about the sustainability in healthcare services and in community. So we hope in the future more better healthy for community. This session we end this session. Thank you very much, Professor and Doctor. Thank you very much for your attention. Back to MC.
Okay, thank you to Mr. Widya and of speakers for bringing us to a very productive session today. We would ask you to stay because we would like to take a photo session and present the placard and certification. Also ceremonial gift from STIKes Widya Dharma Husada Tangerang for your expertise in the session. And to present the ceremonial gift, we would like to invite Mr. Dr. Honoris Causa, Dr. Landes Haji Darsono, Mistris Dr. Savitri Rahayu Mars, and also Mr. Dr. Pranuto, SAMM, to come forward and give any placard and certificate to the speakers and also moderator. Profesor Datuk Dr. Hajah Bibi Florina binti Abdullah will be given by Mr. Darsono. And also Profesor Dr. Smriti Mani will be given by Mr. Darsono. Next, Mistris Wahyu Puji Nugraheni SKM MKes will be given by Mistris Dr. Savitri Rahayu Mars. And our moderator, Mr. Widya, will be given by Mr. Dr. Pranoto, SAMM.
Okay, and now we will hold a photo session for a while. Okay, thank you. For all of speaker, you may cordially take your previous seat. Oh, okay, now we will hold a photo session.
Please for attendees to stand up.
With all of participants, please, all of participants, you can stand up.
Thank you to the Honorable. For the next agenda, the merchandise will be given by STIKes Santo Borromeus Bandung, Indonesia, to STIKes Widya Dharma Husada Tangerang. We invited upon the Honorable Mistress Elizabeth, Mr. Darsono, Mistress Riris Andriati, Mistress Rita Dwi Pratiwi, and Mr. Widi to place yourself provided. For the first, the merchandise will be given to Mr. Darsono by Mistress Elizabeth. The second will be given to Mistress Riris Andriati by Mistress Elizabeth. And for the last will be given to Mistress Rita Dwi Pratiwi by Mr. Widianto. Thank you. Please back to the previous seat. Excellencies, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. The next session for attendees, please break for pray and lunch. Please be note that the break is only 60 minutes. We announce once again, the break is only 60 minutes, so we urge you to rejoin this room at 1 p.m. and followed by the next panel discussion. To have the lunch, you can go to multifunction room. We're located in B building, 8th floor. To have the pray, for women, you can go to Anggrek room. We're located in B building, 8th floor. For men, you can go to the mosque. We're located in the outside of this building, exactly in front of this building. Please enjoy food serve and thank you.
Bapak Ibu yang terhormat, agenda berikutnya adalah istirahat untuk ibadah sholat dan makan siang. Mohon diperhatikan bahwa istirahat ini hanya berlangsung selama 60 menit. Sehingga kami himbau kepada Bapak Ibu untuk bergabung kembali di ruangan ini pada pukul 1 siang dan dilanjutkan dengan diskusi panel berikutnya. Untuk makan siang berada di ruang serbaguna lantai 8, gedung B. Untuk sholat, bagi wanita disilahkan sholat di ruang anggrek, lantai 8 gedung B, dan bagi pria disilahkan sholat di masjid yang berada di luar, tepatnya di depan gedung ini. Selamat menikmati hidangan, terima kasih dan wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
इंडिया করবো না মালয়েশিয়া হ্যাঁ আয় আয় রুমা ইন্ডিয়া এসো 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 oh ya salah ah ya Orang Malaysia ya.
12. Kecilin dulu itu ya. Musiknya. Coba.
Tes 1. Yo, masuk. Masuk. 1. Segini enggak kenal loh. 1. Terus 1. 1. Cek sound 1. 1. Cek sound. Lo cek 1. Tak berapa sih? Itu seberapa sih jaraknya itu? Tar dulu ya. Aku coba pakai itu ya. Jack stand ya. Tes 1. Musiknya kecil aja. Takut online-nya. Tes 1. Tes 1. Coba posisikan itu apa namanya? Seberapa gitu kan? Dengar enggak? Tambahin lagi ya. Gimana? Kurang. Tes 1. Cukup kayaknya ya. Besok tinggal nambah gitu ya. Mute ya.
Kayak ada suara sering gitu apa ya? Ada suara sering gitu. Tuh ada lagi tuh. Coba mute satu-satu Mas. Masih? Coba. Tes 1. Udah, lagu aja dah.
Cek, cek.
Cek, cek.
Cayo. Ini geseran. Cek, cek. Supaya mukanya kelihatan kalau ininya terlalu tinggi. Kendorin. Raiso.
mulai.
Nah, segini.
Oh.
Kenapa Bu Pen? Cek,
Kok beda? Ini agak panjang ini kayaknya.
cek, cek, cek. Pas, pas. Tes, tes, 1, 2. Cek, 1, 2, 3.
Oh iya, iya. Cek 1. Cek, cek. Ya udah mundur. Cek 1. Udah, udah. Udah. Iya. Sip.
Sudah. Tes, tes. Cek, 1.
Kayak ngasih tester. Kayak ngasih tester.
Ya, gue suruh duduk.
Oh iya ini nih.
Mau pening.
Nggak usah, ini aja dulu kan. Suruh duduk dulu kan.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to join the event. The next session is going to start in 5 minutes. Please be seated nicely. Thank you.
Abang mau di sini.
Ya udah coba
Iya.
tanya dulu.
5 menit lagi, Bu. 5 minutes.
Disesuaikan dengan ketersediaan. Ya itu makanya pokoknya betul masukin betul masukin. Padahal ini bening juga Bapak. Karena beningnya beda. Good afternoon. Welcome to rejoin the event. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Now we come to our second panel will be delivered by Professor Sandip Podar, Deputy Vice Chancellor Research and Innovation, Lincoln University, Malaysia. And the second one is Mr. Dr. Kylie Sandi Hodges, Associate Professor, Center for Molecular Medicine and Innovative Therapeutics, Murdoch University. And Mr. Dr. Rob Barton, Associate Professor in Nursing, Department of Nursing, Midwifery and Health, Faculty of Health and Life Sciences, Northumbria University of Newcastle, United Kingdom. All of presentation and discussion will be fully moderated by moderator and followed by a question and answer session. Before beginning the second session, allow me to read the curriculum vitae of the moderator. Our moderator for the second session today is Mr. Wahyu Gito Putro, SKM MKes. He is a lecturer in the Public Health Study Program, especially in the field of health economics. Mr. Wahyu graduated from the Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University, Jakarta, and then completed his master's in public health at the Faculty of Public Health, Universitas Airlangga. Mr. Wahyu once underwent an exchange student program to Chulalongkorn University, Thailand, and the National University of Singapore. Currently, he is undergoing a research in the field of health economic entitled Cause of Illness, Leptospirosis in Banyumas. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome our moderator, Mr. Wahyu Gito Putro, SKM MKes.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. I am glad to know that your energy already recharged. Also, welcome to the first international conference on sustainable healthcare. This event was conducted by Widya Dharma Husada Health Institute, also in collaboration with Sasmita Jaya Group, Lincoln University of Malaysia, Santa Borumus Health Institute, Panterapi Yogyakarta Health Institute, and also BCN Thailand. Again, I would like to thank the audience who joined the international conference virtually and directly. In addition, thank you for the Master of Ceremony who introduced me as a moderator. As we all know, the healthcare is always the most interesting issues all times. The very first speakers will be conducted by Professor Dr. Sandip Podar. Let me first introduce him to you. Professor Dr. Sandip Podar is currently working as a Vice Chancellor, Research and Innovation at Lincoln University of Malaysia. As we all see in the screen, Professor Sandip Podar has a lot of research that published internationally. Please welcome Professor Dr. Sandip Podar. Before we start the session, I have a question for Professor Sandip Podar. How is your first impression when you arrive in Indonesia, Professor?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wahyu Gito. And it is, of course, it is the first time I'm visiting Indonesia. And of course, it is a very great pleasure and very much exciting visit from airport, taken care of by the team of ICSH and Widya Dharma Husada. Then night dinner and morning also they take care and bring here. And of course here lunch and all of you, the participant and management. I'm very much grateful for this opportunity.
Okay.
What you call the heartiest welcome. Thank you.
Okay. Today's session, Professor Sandeep Poddar will present about sustainable environment and healthcare, right? The place and the screen is yours, please.
Thank you. May I have the slide, please? Thank you, Dr. Darshano, Dr. Pranato, Dr. Safitri, Ms. Riris, Ms. Rita, and all the delegates present here. I am very much proud to deliver this lecture in this International Conference on Sustainable Healthcare. And when we discuss, please go for the slide, please. Yes. So we are discussing here about sustainable environment and healthcare. Next slide, please. So first, there is two aspects we are discussing in this conference. One is health, another one is environment. Environment in its physical, mental, social, and spiritual context. Then this is a health aspect, and environment is to be an important factor in this interaction of agents and host in the epidemiological and ecological triad. So the physical, biological, and psychosocial environment, there is three types, and understand their impact on health. So there is a close relation and association. Next slide, please. So as I told, there is physical, mental, and spiritual context. There is a triad, that is the determinants of health, the environment determinants, interaction between agent, host, and environmental factor. There is the epidemiological triad we tell. Next slide, please. Environmental impact, as I'm telling, that physical, then biological, and psychosocial. Suppose, for example, if it is done by coronavirus, it is a biological effect in the environment, and that affects the psychosocial environment of the human life. So this health of individual is affected through the environment, and the human activity is involved in this chain. So next slide, please. This is the impact of climate change on human health. You can see there is three major points: the elevation of carbon dioxide level, rising of temperature, more extreme weather, and these all affect the resulting in extreme heat, severe weather condition, air pollution, changes in vector ecology, then increasing allergens, water quality, and all these resulting in different types of diseases. Like the water supply and food is highly related with malnutrition, diarrheal diseases. That is, I'll explain later on. Then environmental degradation, forced migration, civil conflict, that also affect the mental health. Increasing allergen is doing the respiratory allergy, asthma, like that. So there are different types of impact coming out from the environment. Next slide, please. So environment is a concept is a complex concept. What is two types of there? External, that is called macro environment. Another one is internal, that is micro environment. So what is we are living in the condition, that is the external environment. And micro environment is the internal environment that we cannot see, and that is the inside our body. If we suppose we are mentally depressed, we cannot see. That is called internal environment. So all of us have different type of mental thinking. Now we are sitting in this hall. Maybe we are thinking different person, different aspect. One person may think, okay, I eat that thing, that is not nice. Another person think I have to go somewhere after this lecture, like that. So their mental health is different in all aspects. For that, human causing means developing the stress, high pressure, everything, many diseases. Next slide, please. So physical component is air, water, housing, soil, etc., as we know. And biological is virus, microbial agents, pathogens, insects, rodents, animals, plants, etc. And when we're talking about biological, suppose rodents, I am giving an example. We heard about leptospirosis. We heard about rabies. These are all rodent borne. So there are different types of diseases coming out through this. And psychosocial is the cultural value, customs, then habits, attitude, morals, religion, education, and of course the political organization take part in the psychosocial environment. Next slide, please. Now, these slides I have taken from WHO. There is the Indonesian aspect that you can see the air pollution. They are telling the health impact from the air pollution. It is 27% of death from stroke, ischemic heart disease caused by air pollution. Next slide. In water, 32% death is from diarrhea caused by unsafe drinking water, sanitation, and inadequate personal hygiene. So it is a common problem of our developing countries because whatever water we are consuming is not safe for drinking. About 75, 3/4 of the world is with water, but not a single drop for drink. Next, the climate change. Yes, of course, this is a very important factor, always the increasing temperature, etc. So there is a death per I think 100,000 people is 65 plus age group. Next, the chemicals, less than 1 within 100,000 children under the 5 die from the poisoning every year. But these figures are not the actual figure. It is only the recorded one. There is unrecorded figure that we will see later on. Next slide. Radiation, also the ranking is 8 in the 11 countries in the Southeast Asian region. Next slide, please. Occupational health. Next slide, please. So Indonesia continues to be a significant player in the global mining industry. Coal, copper, gold, tin, bauxite, nickel, all this we get from the Indonesia in different mining sources. Next slide, please. There is also beach sand mining. Next slide, please. We know that there is many islands. We are visiting also 1,000 Island after 2 days. And this mining going on around the islands, the erosion caused the saltwater intrusion, riverbed degradation, and introduces new risk to make the farmers in the region more vulnerable. That also affect the stability of our food supply. Next slide, please. So these are the results for the sand beach mining or something, the coastal mining, etc. Increase of coastal abrasion erosion, then coastal pollution increases, and finally the emergence of social conflict between the pro-environmental communities and sea sand miners. Next slide, please. Now, when we are talking about this pollution affect directly to our human chromosomes. And this chromosomal damage is a constant thing. So environmental mutagen affect our chromosome aberrations done. But if this chromosome is continued to the several after future generation, that is most important factor which we have to consider very seriously. Next slide, please. We can see this is our work. Chromosome damage influenced by ferric chloride in human peripheral lymphocyte. It is long back in 1999 we have done. Now, 20 years before. Next slide, please. So the genetic basis of cerebral palsy, suppose I am giving example, the nuclear chromosome changes in the fetal cell. And as soon as the fetal cell change, the boy or baby born with cerebral palsy. This is a very common disease. We heard the name. Next slide, please. The Minamata disease in Japan. And we know that this happened long back. And still now, in this time, after 50 years or 60 years, still the patients come with the cerebral palsy, but for this mercury poisoning. So mercury poisoning happened in the one of the company released the mercury ingredient in the river. That is taken by the fish. That fish is taken by the human and the cats. Cats jump into the water and telling that dancing cat syndrome. That cat is dancing and jumping into water. And but the human, the fetal damage caused this cerebral palsy. Still now, the generation after generation, one generation finish of human life. Same thing going on in Indonesia as well. Please, next slide. We know there is a gold mining in Indonesia. It is not official. Unofficial gold mining is going on. Many beaches are not recorded, not licensed. But this was a YouTube video you can watch later on because the time is short. I am not showing this link. And these gold miners, next slide please, is vulnerable to the accidental collapse of the mine. And also, next slide please, they are using mercury to clean the gold. And that mercury poisoning affect their family members directly in Indonesia. So the health of the one generation, even the baby is born without eye in Indonesia. The YouTube video you can see later on. So the mercury cycle, as I am telling, that Minamata Bay disease, same thing is going on here as well. So mercury leads to the water and that water is consumed, come to the human cycle again. So environment is causing problem to the health. Next slide, please. So this is the mining of gold and silver, the mercury extraction process. Next slide, please. And these all surrounding in the lands. Next slide, please. You can see the head, hand and foot, the deformity in the finger due to the poisoning of mercury. Next. And also we know that is mercury is the neurotoxic. Next slide, please. And also it have effect on liver function and other as well. So ALT level, GGT level, all is going ups and downs because the mercury poisoning. Next slide, please. And also there is I want to see the volcano as well. I just now told one of my friend from Bandung that I'm going to Bandung to visit volcano. But this is a tourism place, that volcano. But what is going on? The people go there for extraction of sulfur. Also, that sulfur, they are extracting, the people going for the extraction of sulfur, they carry in their shoulders the sulfur chunks, and that is, they cause deformity in their bone. They live a short period of below 50 years. They die before 50 years. Because for money, they have to work. And they are living in a very bad condition in the mining area beside the erupted volcano, and they are suffering from the conditions of the environment, because there is no sanitation, no proper water, no what we call education system. The air, water pollution is more. So there are many effects. Next. This is the sulfur mining. Next. And they don't use the mask, etc. They go with their only cloth and go to the mining. So we know that volcanic eruption can cause suffocation, infectious disease, etc. But we have to think the miners who are working there, their families who are working, stay there, how they are living there. So this is the direct impact of environment on the, what we call, on the health. But here also, as I told, political and government, they cannot take any action because they cannot give food to that miners that you don't work there, I will give you food, cannot do. So there need a proper policy and etc. That will take long years of time. But that time cannot wait for the environmental pollution. And for 5 years, one person cannot tell that I will not do any work, I will feed my family. So they have to feed their family, they have to work, so they have to go there. There's no choice. Like in our case, for COVID, 2 years we are in lockdown condition. Can we stay for more than years? No, we have to come out from that. Otherwise, we are extinct. We close down everything. We cannot talk with each other. So same thing in their life, for a policy to implement, it will take time, and that time is not there to sustainability of their healthcare. Next slide, please. Next slide. So these are the, as I told already, skin contact, eye contact, corrosive, etc. Next. So all these causing a stress in the human life, and that stress caused depression, that we cannot do anything. I cannot work. My family is dying. I see my child born without eye. I am seeing this. I have to take care of that child. So I am already depressed. I am working. I know that after 50 years, I cannot work, but I have to work. So a depression is always going on. Suppose we are here, one professor is thinking, oh, I cannot publish, so I cannot, my KPI is less, so I am stressful. I have to go up, so I have to publish a paper. That is another stress. So all this stress, if we cannot control, we are depressed. And as per depression, it is a black dog syndrome. A dog never leaves a human, very faithful. And if the dog shadow, the depression will never leave the human. Once the depression is there, no medicine is there to cure. The drug will affect the neural body, and the mental health means full body, and he will be more affected with the drug. But depression will not go. To eliminate depression, there is exercise, and the cause of depression should be removed. So this is the impact of environment in the health, which is microenvironment, you can tell, as a cause of depression. Next slide, please. So there are different types of pollution. As one question last time come, that mask is nylon based. This three-ply mask is nylon. It cannot be biodegradable. Non-biodegradable mask we are wearing. So it goes to the water, in the sea, it breaks, but never become diluted in the water. But we don't know, we cannot see. Whatever going behind, we don't see, because this is called backdoor of the what we call backdoor syndrome. Backdoor means if you have any garbage, you never keep outside. You always throw back here. So you don't want to see the garbage. So we are also don't want to see the mask, the plastic waste, what we produce, but we have to do. Few years back, we are using glass syringe to extract the blood. We are using washable glass syringe, we wash and reuse. But now we cannot use. Why? Because for HIV. Whole system change. Now we are using disposable gloves, a disposable syringe, and etc. We use, throw. And that is also causing environmental poisoning. But for getting rid from HIV, HBV, HCV, we have to follow. We have to use the disposable syringe. Like the spoon. spoon and fork. Why are you using? Because long time back in UK, the cholera effect. That time not science to develop, so the Christian community, they told through the church that you use fork to take the food, because the water scarcity is there in UK. They don't have plenty of water to wash hand before taking food. So they changed the spoon and fork. Still now we are using spoon and fork because our hand is not so clean. Clean water is not available to clean our hand. So use the spoon and fork to get rid of cholera and that type of endemic diseases. We are using the shoes. We're not going by barefoot. We change ourselves. Because if we wear by barefoot, the helminth can go in through our skin and cause the helminth disease. Next slide, please. This is another example of the water pollution and previously also gas pollution. So we are trying to remove, but this is not possible. You can understand that simple 1% effort is not possible to clean all the waters. It is every one of us have to take care that how to keep our garbage outside the water. It should not go, the mass should not go to the water. It should be dumped properly and what to call it, inside the soil or something. That we have to think and how we can make up. Next slide, please. And of course, as we tell that the mask can be other biodegradable sources like paper or etc. That is under research and development. So what is coming out, we have to see in future. Next, the environmental affected is the significance of impacted. You can see the construction of vegetation, habitat disturbance. Next slide. So, in a nutshell, when we are no longer able to change a situation, we are challenged to change ourselves. It is told by Dr. Viktor Frankl. He was a prisoner in the World War time. He wrote a book on logotherapy. You can see in the book, logotherapy means the motivation for living. So he was present in a prison and the people, his friends and family members, all are dying in front. 4 days, not dead body, not clean from that room. No food, but he survived because he's writing a diary sitting one corner of the room. And after that, he became the professor on university after release. When the release from the prison, he cannot walk. So that is the logotherapy. Why I am living. That cause of logotherapy can release the depression and living of our society. That is the sustainability of our environment and health. Next slide, please. So we have to come out from our comfort zone. If we're sitting, oh, mask, we will not wear, we will die. That time. Now we are not wearing mask because we already know that yes, we already learned that yes, we have taken vaccine, we have taken extra protection, we are maintaining distance, we wash hand before cleaning, we using fork, we using shoes, like that. We have know already. So we have come out from the comfort zone, we come out from the fear zone that we will not die, we learn how to fight, then we are in growth zone, how we are move forward. Next slide, please. And in this move forward, I'm just sharing some slides of COVID, how we do take care of the COVID situation, like makeshift hospital from stadium. Next. In Indonesia, this is a patent from the, what you call, coming up due for the taking the sample of COVID sample. Next slide. The people take care of the patients and the health workers and the security workers maintaining the proper distances, etc. Next slide. The people maintaining proper distance to get vaccination in proper way, digitally maintained and monitored. Next slide. And we are also using the sanitization technique. And in Malaysia already the automated trolley come in restaurant so that we don't have to wait for touchless. So we order in mobile, the food will come by tray, by robotic trolley. And same system is available in many hospitals for delivering the patients, the medicine, etc. by man without automated trolley to the patient bed. Next slide. And this one in Indonesia again, that made a robotic trolley from the waste products in the village to clean and serve the food, etc., to the COVID affected areas. Next slide. And we have, for sustainability, we have the queuing software in Malaysia, that if we want to go to bank, we have to book the time, accordingly we have to go queue. Next, we have My Sahyatra app in Malaysia, like here also we have. Before coming here, I have to download that app, bundling, and then, sorry, I cannot pronounce that, but I have to download. And same in My Sahyatra also, when COVID time, I cannot go anywhere without the scanning the app. So if I cannot scan, I cannot enter. And this app, next slide please, will show the COVID-19 vaccination status, I'm infected or not, everything. So even now also airport, I show the vaccination status by My Sahyatra, it is automatically, it is approved. So next slide please. And this is our dental clinic in Lincoln. You can see that the patient is sitting and the person is wearing face mask with a face shield going to the patient. So there is a proper precaution we are taking. Previously, no face masks, the technician not have to wear the face mask, not face shield, everything. But now they have changed for sustainability. They have to change their habit. They are using these techniques to prevent the spreading of diseases. Next slide, please. And this is our student, nursing student. They are in COVID vaccination center working. You can see the dress, that Lincoln, wearing face shield and mask. I go there for my vaccination and I see that our student is working there. So this is another output of this education, nursing education, healthcare education, what you are doing here, that this Widya Dharma Husada or this University Pemulang, that all these students, graduates, they are serving the society. And how they are doing the society service? It is this way, one of the way. It is not that only this way, they are teaching somewhere, they are doing business somewhere, all of them are working. Next slide, please. So we are supporting the Sustainable Development Goal, United Nations SDG. There are 17 SDG goals, as morning Datuk Bibi also told, and all of you know. But we know that goal number 1 is no poverty. Goal number 2, zero hunger. Goal number 3, good health and well-being. Goal 4, education. Now you think, if I am poor, I don't have money, how I can get rid of food? I can get food. So the zero hunger will be there. Means hunger will be there. It cannot be zero hunger. And then if I am hungry, I don't have money, how I think about my health? I cannot take care of my health. As soon as I cannot take care of my health and food, I cannot think about education. First need of Maslow is basic thing, roti, kapra and makan in Hindi. Food, shelter, and the living being. This is the clothes, etc. It's a basic thing. If I don't have the basic thing, I cannot go up. Now you think, if I don't have education, can I provide zero hunger? If I am a monkey, I am not an education background, I cannot provide zero hunger. I cannot think about agriculture. I cannot think about fighting with COVID. I cannot think about the fighting with any disease. I cannot stop the mercury poisoning. So if I don't have education, I cannot provide good health. If there is no good health, I cannot provide food. I cannot eradicate the no poverty. So all these goals are interrelated with each other. Like the goal number 14, life below water, is interlinked with the life on land, goal number 15. As I told, mercury poisoning from land going to water and water to land. So all these goals are interlinked with each other. And we are working on the 17th number goal. Next slide, please. That is the partnership for the goals. Next slide. And we have to look out from our academia that what is the need of the society. Then accordingly, we have to work. Next slide, please. For this networking and collaboration is required. We have to think, we cannot think that, okay, this is communication, this is IT. This is IT also need for the GIS tech tracing, the application for COVID prevention, etc. So these are all networking and collaboration between different fields and different countries. Otherwise, we cannot survive. Next slide, please. So we are struggle for existence, as Charles Darwin told. Then survival of the fittest. Who will survive? Only the fittest animal or plant will survive, the living system. And it will be selected by the nature. It is not in our hand. So, but we can modify, we can try, and we can struggle for this survival. Next slide, please. So I again thankful to STIKes Widya Dharma Husada, Ms. Redis, and Ms. Rita, the convener, for giving me and calling me giving me the opportunity, and thankful to all the management and the audience for listening to me. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Dr. Sandip. Please have a seat.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the environmental really reflect our health status. Professor, I have a concern. Have you heard in India have extreme temperature that causing death? The India have extreme temperature that causing death. What do you think, and how to solve the cause of death?
Yes, the extreme temperature death is always there in some states, and India, the season is changed. 2 months summer, 2 months then raining, 2 months spring, 2 months winter. There's 6 season. And like now, December, January will be the cold season, winter, and cold wave also kills people, because the people who is living without clothes and for work, as I told, they cannot survive. Many people die due to cold. Same during the heat time, many people die through heat stroke. During the raining season, many people die through the flood. These are the called natural disasters. And the disaster missions are there. There are different committees, government working. But the thing same as I told here as well, all countries have the same problem, that they cannot implement quickly. The policy cannot be implemented without the proper study. And also the implementation is very crucial, because food as goal number 1 is linked with quality education. If we cannot produce quality education, quality graduate, then
Related to SDGs, right?
yes,
Yeah.
all related to environment and health and education, all together, cannot separate.
Okay, thank you, Professor Dr. Sandip Poder. Let's move forward to the second speakers. I will introduce her. She is Dr. Kylie Sandy Hodgett. Her education, she is now as an associate professor, Center for Molecular Medicine, Innovative Therapeutics at Murdoch University. As you all can see on the screen, she has a lot of experience. In this session, she cannot attend directly, so this is the video of her presentation. Please.
Greetings. I'm Dr. Kylie Sandy Hodgett, and I'm delighted to join you today at the first International Conference on Sustainability in Healthcare. I'm just going to share my screen with you so we can get the presentation up and running. And I am based at the Centre of Molecular Medicine and Innovative Therapeutics at Murdoch University, and I also have an adjunct appointment at the University of Western Australia. I am a senior research scientist and associate professor, and in my wheelhouse is lots of research and clinical trials in nursing and surgical care. And I would really like to thank the organisers for the invitation to talk to you today about collaborative models of care for improving outcomes in surgical patients. Now, interestingly, there is over 313 million surgeries performed annually every year around the globe, and that's quite a considerable volume of surgery, as I'm sure you would agree. Now, when we're looking at wound healing and incision care, we look at the anatomy and physiology of the skin. And usually after the insult or the injury is caused or the incision, we can anticipate 72 hours post-injury for the healing cascade or the healing trajectory to occur. And if you're dealing with a normal and healthy patient, you can anticipate 6 to 8 weeks for full closure of that incision site. And more often than not, we are dealing with patients that have contributing factors that are associated with delayed wound healing, such as chronic comorbidity, disease states, smoking, obesity. And unfortunately, the clinical caseload is covered with a lot of these types of patients. So while in a utopian ideal world, we can have full closure within that time frame, more often than not, complications do occur. And they're usually related to the 3 phases of the surgical journey, which I'll talk a little bit more about shortly. But they can be contributable to the preoperative status of the patient, what's happening in theatre, and in the post-operative or home care setting. What we're finding in the literature, that wound complications such as surgical site infection or wound dehiscence usually occur between day 7 and day 9, most commonly in the post-operative period. And this is where we're finding most of these wounds are being managed in a clinical setting. But more importantly, we need to ensure that if we want to implement change, we need to have a definition to be able to measure outcomes and describe what we're seeing in clinical practice. And following a consensus panel meeting of experts around surgical wound management around the globe, we decided to come up with a consensus-derived definition for surgical wound complications. And it is an umbrella term which encompasses the more commonly known diagnosis that you would see in your clinical practice, and that is surgical site infection, surgical wound dehiscence, hypergranulation, peri-wound maceration, scarring, and unfortunately, medical adhesive related skin injury. As I mentioned earlier, what we're finding is managing these types of wounds is occurring more commonly in the post-operative setting. And I remember doing my doctoral research into this particular area, and my supervisors and I were quite surprised to see the burden or the caseload of managing this type of wound in the home care setting was sometimes 3 times more than other wound types that you may see in clinical practice, such as diabetic foot ulcers or venous leg ulcers. Subsequently, in 2017, Julian Guest published a paper looking at the type of burden of this type of wound in home care settings in the NHS in the UK. And what we're finding is that there is a growing body of literature around this type of wound in the home care setting. And when we're trying to understand the global incidence and prevalence of surgical site infection, we do have a reasonably fair understanding of the incidence of this type of wound, but it is specific to countries, regions, cities, and healthcare settings. It's extremely difficult to pull this type of information if we are trying to draw a global picture. And there are a number of reasons why we are often at times unable to do this. And this is related to inconsistencies of what we're calling it or how we're defining and reporting this, and siloing of information. However, we have a global understanding around the economic burden of this type of wound. And what this infographic shows you is the cost to manage this type of wound or surgical site infection in the acute care setting. We have a reasonably good understanding of the extended lengths of stay and the cost associated with this, and the clinical resources and expertise that's required to manage this type of complication after surgery. Unfortunately, what this infographic is not showing us is the cost to community nursing, primary or district nursing healthcare services. So I anticipate that it is probably the tip of the iceberg, and that there's more research that is needed to understand the true burden of this type of wound that is encompassing the multidisciplinary approach, but also the many different clinical care settings a patient may see after their surgical journey. So why should we be so concerned about surgical wound complications? And unfortunately, the morbidity and mortality statistics are not looking very positive. If you incur a surgical site infection or a wound complication after surgery, you're 2 times more likely to die. If you incur methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus, unfortunately, our frontline defences, we are limited with what we can manage the patient with this. You're 12 times likely to die after surgery. You're more than likely to pay a visit to the intensive care setting, intensive care unit, and 5 times more likely to be readmitted for further surgery. So when we're looking at opportunities to improve outcomes for patients, we need to identify where are the opportunities that are available for a collaborative care approach that is reflective of the patient's surgical journey. So if we essentially put the patient at the centre of this particular phase of their life, we can see that there are 3 phases of their journey. And that is what is happening in the preoperative or pre-admissions phase, what happens once they're admitted and undergoing surgery, and what happens when they are in the post-operative or discharge phase of their surgical journey. And this is where, if we're looking at the patient being at the centre, then essentially collaborative models of care is really the way forward in terms of improving outcomes for surgical patients by early identification, reducing the amount of complications that are occurring through really effective communication and early detection. And if we put the patient, the carer and their family at the centre, there's 4 domains that tend to come out of this when we're looking at a conceptual framework. We're looking at the community, cultural, spiritual and pastoral care of that individual patient, what happens in the home care setting, what happens after the acute care setting, so that's nursing, medical, surgical and allied health, and of course the QI or post-discharge surveillance team. So if we're looking at it from a patient-centric framework, this is where the collaborative care occurs across that patient's surgical journey. If we delve a little bit more deeper into what this looks like, if we're trying to implement a framework within clinical practice, we have 4 domains, and this can cross nursing and also surgical and medical care as well. We can look at clinical practice and what's happening in clinical practice. We can look at education and how important it is to develop therapeutic relationships with the patient and their family. We can also be aware of cultural and environmental factors, and particularly skin tone assessment needs. The incisional wound assessment itself needs to be reflective of the standards of care within your local hospital or policy guidelines, and assess the risk profile to mitigate modifiable or non-modifiable risk factors associated with complications after surgery. It is important to incorporate the multidisciplinary approach, so it's not nursing, but it's also surgical and allied health. So that's podiatry, physiotherapy, occupational therapy, whatever other services are required to ensure that this patient is getting evidence-based care. Wound assessment, documentation and communication is also key. Also defining the goals of care for that particular patient is very important, and importantly more so with communicating the findings with the patient, the carer and their family, but also other staff members between shifts, also the interdisciplinary team care. Patient-centred frameworks for surgical wound management are essential for early detection and prevention of wound complications. If we look at nursing frameworks, Henderson, this one is particularly relevant. When we're putting the patient at the centre, there's several domains we can look at for more in-depth setting up of a framework within your clinical practice. So that is engaging the patient at the bedside and setting daily goals, whether it is to be up and about. So for example, an enhanced recovery or fast track program, daily toileting habits and needs and showering, or even going outside and having some fresh air. So engaging with the patient to set those goals and agreeing to those goals. Safety as a priority, and team huddles prior to and during and after your shift is key to ensure smooth communication between teams. Interprofessional rounds, so that is engaging with the surgical medical staff and ensuring that bedside rounds there is a prudent use of information and handover notes are comprehensive. Communication, that is communicate the care of the plan for that individual patient, what is required to ensure the continuity between the shift staffs, particularly in regards to wound assessment and also dressing selection. It's important to ensure continuity of care. And it comes a full circle because during this entire process, you're engaging the patient at every single step. Clinicians always ask me from a scientific perspective, what's that perfect dressing out there? How can we use sustainable wound care practices when we have so much to choose from? And some of us have a resource restricted setting or may not have access to advanced wound care dressings. And I always recommend for an evidence-based approach, always check your local policies and guidelines. Ensure they are evidence-based using level 1 or even level 2 evidence. There are a number of clinical practice guidelines out there that are extremely rigorous and have been developed by experts from around the world. And they refer specifically to prevention of surgical wound complications such as surgical site infection and what can be done intraoperatively and in some cases in the post-operative care environment. There is the World Health Organization publication for the prevention of surgical site infection. It is a gold standard document, and I refer you to this document for further details. There is the APSEC document as well for your local region. And from a European perspective, the European Wound Management Association prevention guidelines that looks at prevention across healthcare settings. So that's also beyond the surgical setting. There are a number of guidelines for you to download for free to share with your colleagues, but always refer to your local guidelines. But remember, prevention and management of wound complications after surgery is more than just dressings. Often the patient comes with pre-existing comorbidities. They also come with a family and carers, their cultural and spiritual values. And if we encompass this into a holistic framework in patient management for surgical wound complications, it's empowering that patient, which allows for communication and therapeutic relationships, which eases communication and provides that level of confidence and trust with the medical, surgical and nursing team. I'd like to take the opportunity to say thank you for joining you today. I wish I could be there with you. I wish all the best for this conference. Congratulations on the first Congress. I look forward to seeing you at the second conference face to face. And if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to take emails and keep in touch. So thank you very much for your time today and wishing you all the very best.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Kylie, for the presentation about infection, surgical wound. Let's move forward to the third speakers. Okay, the third speaker is Dr. Rob Burton. He is now currently working as Associate Professor in Nursing at Department of Nursing, Midwifery and Health, Faculty of Health and Life Science, Northumbria University, Newcastle. As you can see on the screen, he also has a lot of research experience that published internationally. Now, Dr. Rob Burton will present you with video. The presentation, please.
Good day, distinguished colleagues, distinguished guests. Thank you for inviting me to speak at this international conference on sustainable healthcare. And I hope you have had and are having some interesting and informative sessions within this conference. I've seen the program and it looks like there's some very, very interesting research and very interesting projects that are being spoken about here. So my name is Rob Burton and I am an Associate Professor in Nursing at the Department of Nursing, Midwifery and Health at Northumbria University in the UK. And I will be speaking to you today about leadership considerations for sustainable quality improvement in nursing and healthcare. Up until very recently, well, up until this time last year, I was living in Singapore and I was an Associate Professor, International Programme Director for Griffith University. But I have since returned to the UK and I've recently taken up this position. And that is the reason I unfortunately cannot be with you in person today. And also because I have a very packed itinerary, I unfortunately cannot be with you in an online version. So I've prepared this video and I hope that I can get some points across. So I am not going to be presenting any research as such, but I reflected on the theme of the conference and I decided to look at some considerations that we might think about as nurses and other healthcare professionals when we're thinking about sustainable quality improvement in our healthcare organizations and systems. So I would like to start by speaking about the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, I'm sure you are all very familiar with these. 17 of them, they've been around since 2015. And you can see there are some very optimistic goals there, but very well-valued goals that we need to be considering. And these should not necessarily be a tag on to what we're actually doing in our daily lives, in our daily work. These are things that should be integral to our thinking. And that's what I want us to be able to do within this presentation is to just think about how some big concepts that we can recognize to help us with thinking about sustainability. So obviously you can see there, no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, very much focused on people, decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation and infrastructure, affordable clean energy, clean water and sanitation. These are all kinds of organizational things and nationwide things, industrial infrastructure aspects. And then we've got to think about those sort of climate issues, climate action, life below the water, life on the land, and also aspects of justice that we need to think about. So for me, to summarize that, there are three main areas that we need to be thinking about as healthcare professionals within our daily work. First of all, we have to think about the people that we are caring for. We need to improve their outcomes. We need to think about the people that we are working with, and we have to think about their well-being as well. We have to work within the wider organization, and the organizations have to bear in mind all of these things too. So they have to think about the well-being of employees, and they have to think about the infrastructure in order to move towards the sustainable development goals, but also to think about within their own organizations about sustainable quality. And then there are the wider environmental issues, and those can also be addressed by organizations and people. So the idea is if we can consider these in everything we do in the workplace, and when we are setting goals and when we are planning, even if it's down to individual work with patients, if we can consider these aspects, then we might be able to make some very small changes which are very beneficial to the wider scope of what we're aiming to achieve. Now, I've just mentioned very small changes, and I wanted to show this chart, which I'm sure some of you may have seen before, which is that we do have choices. We could do nothing. We could do nothing, or we can make small steps, or we can make big steps. But if we see this graph here, which is discussing the concept of strategic drift, what we notice is, if we look, we can see that this is the environment. This is not just speaking about the climate and weather and things like that. This is like the business environment, the professional environment, the social environment, and it constantly changes. And if we make little incremental changes, to a certain extent, we can keep up with that change for so long. But if we keep up with this incremental change at the same pace all the time without making new considerations, then we start to get what we call the strategic drift, and the environmental change starts to get bigger and bigger. And we've all seen the climate change graphs, we've all seen figures, and we're living in the post-pandemic world. Well, some of us, we are still within the pandemic, but we've changed, and that was a big issue that identifies this sort of change. So if we make incremental change, we start to drift from what the environment is like. And once we get to a certain situation where the change is too large, then we go into this state of flux. And this is the dangerous time, because if action is not taken here, then we can go through transformational change. So we need a big step change, or we end up with death. And in some cases, that is quite literal, that we can end up with death. But it could be the death of the organization, it could be the death of a system, and unfortunately, it could be the death of people. So we need to really think about how we can continue to make changes that maintain the direction of the environmental change, which means we need to be considering what's happening externally as well as internally. So again, so these are the considerations that we need to make in order to keep up with the changes that are going around us. First of all, we need to be understanding what those changes are. So we need to be constantly researching. Then we need to be educating the people that we work with and work for in order to provide education so that they can actually understand the nature of those changes. And finally, we need decision makers and people that will show the way in those leadership positions. So the idea of these three aspects is that they are intrinsically linked, and to a certain extent, they are very similar in outcomes. They are very similar in what we wish to achieve. And if we look at the word origins of those words, this is why. So if we look at the word origin for research from the Latin, which is cercare, which means to wander or go about or traverse, which led to the French word chercher, which means to seek out and search. So we need to be seeking out and finding those aspects that we're unsure about. Docere or docere means to teach, and this leads to the terms doctor. So the word doctor actually means teacher, and it leads to providing doctrines and rules and document. So it's a similar word. It's all about teaching and leading. And then finally, another word is ducere, which means to lead. So the leadership aspect, to guide and show the way. So if we're seeking out, we need someone to show the way. And this leads to terms like duke, duchess, duct, deduct, and quite interestingly, the term educate. So for me, this is how we tie up research, education, and leadership. So if we're going to apply this to sustainability, then, and we're thinking about people and organizations. So there is this formula which comes from the article here, sustainability and quality improvement, which is used at the Centre for Sustainable Healthcare as a model. You can see that good value in sustainability comes from the best outcomes for patients and populations, balanced with the environmental, social, financial impacts of what is occurring. So obviously, if the best outcomes for patients and populations cost very highly in terms of environmental, social, and financial aspects, then there's an imbalance. So we have to look at what we can actually do to sort of get this as close to a balance as we possibly can. However, we do have some workforce issues, and the ICN, the International Council of Nurses, pointed out that the greatest threat to global health workforce is workforce shortages. To global health, sorry, is workforce shortages. And before the pandemic, there was almost 30 million nurses worldwide. And during that time, there was also around still a shortage of 6 million nurses. And what we are seeing is that nurses are leaving the workforce all around the world. So if we lose an additional 4% of our nursing workforce, then we might lose around another 1 million. So pushing the global nurse shortage to almost 7 million. So we need to be thinking about what we can do to make workplaces and the workloads of nurses so that their well-being is kept at the optimum. So in order to do this, we need to think about measurement, and a phrase I often came across in a management course at one point was, what gets measured gets done. So this relates back to the research aspect. So we need to be measuring, budgeting correctly, but thinking about it as an investment. We need capacity, so we need to ensure that we've got capacity within our systems to ensure that we can develop the sustainability. As well as more funds, we need to be focusing on the achievement of goals to building healthy and sustainable economies. And we need innovation. And again, the innovation links to research. So we need to reorient around technological and organizational innovations with very targeted policies. So when we go to work, it's not just about going in and doing the job. We need these broader, grand theories and ideas to work upon. So again, from the World Health Organization, we need to look at financial redirection and good governance. So the governance is about the leadership aspect. So increase the quantity of finance to fund health for all and improve governance, design and delivery of services and finances to improve the goal of health for all. Excuse me. So moving on quickly then. What we do know, however, is that if you do invest in healthcare, then the value added effects bring rewards. And we can see here, sometimes there are direct effects from the investment, sometimes there are indirect effects such as supply chain, including more people getting jobs and things like that, and induced effects which come as a result of all of this. And what Henke presented in 2013 was that for every dollar that you spend, the fiscal outcomes for this investment is around 1.77, so 77% on gross domestic product, GDP. So it's worthwhile investing in order to get those the workforce stable and to get those developments that are required. Now, how we can spend that then is in order to look at back to the priorities that I mentioned before about people, but also about organizations and environment. We look at these principles of sustainable clinical practice. So first of all, we want to improve the health of the people we work with and for, and we also want to reduce carbon going into the atmosphere. So we need to be very careful about our ways we work to become efficient. So here where it says reduce activity, this is about reducing patients actually having to use services, because every time they use a service, that creates an impact organizationally and environmentally. So what we need to do is work on methods of prevention. So how can we prevent people having to access those healthcare services? We need to empower patients to take responsibility and also access services responsibly. And we need to look at efficiencies when people are in the healthcare systems. In terms of the carbon intensity, we need to look at low carbon alternatives. Straightforward idea there is switch from petrol to electric vehicles, etc., and also look at operational resource use. So again, this is the process we go. We need to set goals, we need to set targets, we need to study the system to find out where the issues are and what can be changed so that we don't actually go through and lose impetus. We need to be creative and design improvements, and again, we need to measure the impact. So that brings me back to these three aspects of research, education, and leadership. So they are all very important. And from what I've seen in the program today, there's lots of good examples of research in those factors related to, for example, reducing activity in relation to patients within the services, so improving their outcomes. Obviously, education is linked to that, in that we need to educate patients and we need to educate our workforce from every profession. And then we need leadership to take bold decisions in relation to how they budget and how they invest money that's invested in them. So there we go. Thank you very much for listening. I cannot take questions, unfortunately, but if you want to look me up, you can email me at rob.burton@northumbria.ac.uk. So thank you very much and enjoy the rest of your conference.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rob Burton. Once again, thank you so much for Professor Dr. Sandy Podar for the nice presentation. Thank you so much for Dr. Kylie and Dr. Rob with the video presentation. We will now move forward to the question and answer session. Because the direct presentation is only from Professor Dr. Sandy Podar, please raise your hands to ask him a question. Okay.
Check. Mister, let me ask some question. Before, children need parental support. Like you said, we need to get out of our comfort zone. But this kind of parents apparently is the one who make us stay at our comfort zone. Like for example, I said A, you said A, you do what I said, something like that. And don't you think this can cause mental disorder in children and making them stay in their comfort zone? Could you kindly share your opinion on how to face this kind of situation happening in our environment? Thank you. My name is Sulaiman Salim.
Sulaiman Salim, can you repeat the question?
From the beginning?
Yeah.
Children need parental support. Like you said, we need to get out of our comfort zone. But this kind of parent is the one who make us stay in our comfort zone. Like he said A, we said A. You do what I said. Don't you think this can cause mental disorder in children and making them stay in their comfort zone? Could you kindly share your opinion on how to face this kind of situation happening in our environment?
So your question is focused on mental health?
No.
Can you please move forward?
Okay. artinya kan membuat anak untuk nggak jadi kreatif. Jadi dia udah deh gue nunggu sampai tanggal kamu. Bagaimana caranya kita mengatasi orang tua yang diktator gitu.
So, Professor, the student asked about the psychosocial problem.
I think what I understand, you want to ask that, suppose I am telling you do something, the children will do other thing.
Yeah.
So what will be there, that how, if we force, what will happen? So as we know, charity begins at home. So whatever we learn in our life, we learn from our home first. Because when we are kids, we learn how to talk, how to walk with our parents. Then after that, our schooling start. So when schooling start, from morning, after they wake up, after they dress, food, they go to school. Then teacher is the mentor. So whole day is spent with the teacher, not with the parents. So whole day from morning, suppose 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. or 4 p.m. already learn from the teachers. And what they learn? They learn the culture in the school, not that what is written in the book. Everybody reading the same book. So, but they learn the culture in the school. They know how to behave the society. Like you are standing, you are sitting in the hall. It is you learn from the school, not from your home. But from your home, you learn how to take food, how to wear shirt, what type of shirt you will wear. But again, when you go to the society also teaching you that what type of dress you should wear. Like in this auditorium, all the committee members wearing the same dress. This is the culture we are learning. Now, if I am telling something as a parent, there should be a good way of thinking that my child will go up. But what my child is thinking, that also have to keep in mind, because he may learn something in the school that is different from my point of view. And of course, when the children is there, their IQ is more than ours. So their learning capability is more than ours. Previously, suppose we are talking in Malay language. Now we have to import English. So the student means that kids will bring, not that we will tell them to bring. So there is a mixed approach we have to take on this, that parents cannot stay in their comfort level, that okay, don't wear shoe because I never wear. Understand? Don't wear mask, I never wear. Don't use vaccine, I never take vaccine. Cannot. The parents have to come out from their comfort zone, and of course, the kids will learn from their parent. Okay, so there is a both way communication, not a single way communication from parent to children or children to parent. There is an interpersonal relationship between both. Otherwise, it will not move forward. Both of them should come out from the comfort zone. Both of them should learn the fear zone. They understand the growth. Then they can grow forward, move forward. Okay? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Another question? Yeah.
Here, me.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Sharifa from STIKes Cirebon. Prof, thanks for the insightful presentation. I would like to ask your, what's your opinion about an issue that several months ago, the UNICEF stated that nearly 70% of the about 20,000 household drinking water sources tested in Indonesia are contaminated by fecal waste. So it leads to the spread of diarrhea disease. So what do you think? How to anticipate it? Because I personally, if I buy a bottle of water, I don't even know whether it's contaminated or not. So that's my questions. Thank you.
Yes, very good question. And of course, it is which country, I don't know your data, means is it whole world or any simple country they tried, UNICEF? That I'm not sure, but okay. The question focuses on the contamination of water, the fecal contamination or other contamination. Yes, it is true. Like in Malaysia, the water, as I told, water is everywhere, but not a single drop for drink. The sea water is there, but we cannot drink the sea water. So how we can take it? The river water is there, and the pollutants from the factory need river water to run. They need the river water to cool their boilers, the heating system. So all this water and also the effluents they have to release to the water. Now, what we do, we make several tank of refinery, then we release the water to the river. So in that course, and when it released, the river water become contaminated. Now, after contamination, we take the water, then we refine again. Then we send to the drinking water. But as the chemical effluents concentration is more in water, it cannot be treated in the plant. The plant need to, the filter need to change, everything need to change. So plant cannot refine the water. So in Malaysia also, in summertime, sometimes 3 days, 4 days in Selangor, Kuala Lumpur, water is not there. Drinking water not there. Water is rationing. So 3 days, you can imagine, no water for drink. Now, before coming here a few days back, one person tell you going Indonesia, you carry a electric kettle with you. I tell why? Because if you get mineral water also, you should boil it because you are not sure where the mineral water is planted. So if suppose this water is planted in this university production, so you know the refinery, but you don't know all the planted and what type of business going on. There is always a backside of the business. Like mask, they use the recycled mask and sell. That is a malpractice in the business. So water also, they don't use proper refinery. They don't use the proper cleaning of the refinery. So that water bottle packed, we don't know what is water. So we have to take that, okay, this is a good water. We are thinking. And of course, if we have any option of filtering by ourselves, we have to take. But we cannot think that all the persons can use the same facility in community level. So that is a major challenge for us, the drinking water. And every one of this world is thinking that we are thinking that, okay, we are getting water. But can you imagine in desert or in island, means Iceland, where is ice is there, they cannot have water for drink. Even in the top of the hill, no water for drink. Even they cannot take bath for water, several months. So there is a severe scarcity of water and waterborne disease is always there. And of course, there are different diseases, as I told, leptospirosis. Suppose you are taking bottled water, that bottled water was stored in a storehouse, and that storehouse, the rat urine on your bottle. So you don't know, you open it and take that rat urine in your hand, take food, it will go in your stomach and you will be suffered from leptospirosis. So there is an unknown enemy, you can tell. We don't know how it will attack us. So we just have to prevent, okay, if I have any option, I will take bottled water. If I have any option, I will take filtered water. I will boil it or like that. So if there is no choice, we have to survive. We have to adapt that, okay, I take this polluted water, but I will survive. Thank you. And not only drinking water, the major cause is during bathing, the water go in our mouth. That we don't take care. We swim, that water go into the mouth. That we don't take care. We don't think. That is the cause for more diarrhea and what. That's not for this only. During bathing time, that is not filter water, that not mineral water we are taking shower, that go inside. During sea bath or anywhere. So that is another cause for water pollution. Means diseases from water pollution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Dr. Sandip. We can move to the Zoom meeting, right? Is there two questions on Zoom meeting? Please open the mic. Who is the first?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good afternoon to all. Thank you so much to give me opportunity, Mr. Moderator. I'm Mr. Sofian Hadia Sibuan. I'm from Kuwait. I'm working in the Ministry of Kuwait also. I'm also a student of the PhD in the Lincoln. I would like to welcome to Prof. Sandip in Indonesian, and very nice presentation, Prof. So my question is the similarity with the previous regarding environment, Prof, regarding the water. As you in your slide, it is the mention regarding the if it is all the place like land it is contaminated, we cannot take the use that water for the consume. So my question is, what is the best solution, Prof? It is, for example, like in Jakarta, all already places contaminated and we cannot use that water, but the people still using, maybe because of economic, it is due to that one also. So what is the best solution, Prof, to do to solve this problem? Only that one, Prof. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Mr. Hasibuan, and
Mr. Sofian, Prof.
Okay, because your name displays Hasibuan. So.
This is last name, Prof.
Okay, thank you. And the question actually, how we can improve our water filtration capacity. So,
yes, Prof, especially in Jakarta, yes.
Yes, because in different country, they have different aspects. Like in Malaysia, as I told, they take the river water and wastewater, they take cleaning service, and they again recycle, they send the same water again as a supply. So they bleach, they give other treatment, they release. In India also, if it is river-based land, many water is available, but they use the refinery system. From the river water, they clean, they send. That from underground water, they take. There's many minerals like arsenic, contamination, etc. They clean, then they send. And in some European countries, what is happening? The water from top floor of the building, from the toilet, it's coming down in the same house. It uses the filtration system in the same house. It goes up again in the tank. So water not going out from the house, it recycle inside the house itself. So the toilet water, everything water is going up, down, again going up to the system. So now, suppose there is a different aspects. In Asian countries, the main is rain. If the rain is more, because every day always here is rain is more, rainwater is more. So rainwater harvesting is one of the technique which we can implement here. The rainwater we can store, and that one can be filtered and used. As soon as means with this, also the river water and the sea water, if we can filter and use, that also is the other sources. So recycle is main, and of course rainwater harvesting is second option, and stop the wastage of water. So stopping of wastage means you have to impose water bill. So every person will not open the tap and go filter water. So there are 3-4 actions that the policy and the community governance, everybody should work together, and many other options will come if we discuss. Thank you.
So, Prof, after this filter, this water can be drink directly or need to boil again?
Again, it is depends upon the water filtering capacity of that.
Because in the European, they can drink direct like that, as I see like that.
Yes. No, as I tell that your home, suppose I am using a filter. So that filter I have not changed. How I know? See, if it is filter is changed properly, the RO filter or something in timely manner, then it is okay. If I don't change, who will monitor? So there is a question of monitoring and also other factors. Not only that, okay, after I can use that filter for 3 months. After that, I have to change or have to wash. That need to monitor.
Thank you so much, Prof.
Thank you. Thank you for your question.
Thank you so much for the question, Mr. Sofyan.
You're welcome, sir.
The next question from Zoom meeting, please. Okay. I cannot hear you.
Hear. Open mask and loudly.
Still cannot hear. Okay, maybe the next participant. Maura, are you there? Maura? Okay. Is there any question from Siti Maisaro, student of STIKes Widya Dharma Husada? The question is, have all developing countries implemented environmental and healthcare sustainability?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And you can search in net for the answer.
Okay, next question from Olin, nursing student from STIKes Widya Dharma Husada. The question is, does the impact of sustainable implementation affect the lives of the people who apply it?
Yes, it is all the people in the community is applying it. Not that I am what's it called, a government is implemented it, then the administrator is running it. Who is implementing means how to apply, who is applying it? Everybody. Like the first question, is any action? This conference is the action. The developing country, Indonesia, is taking the initiative to organize this conference on sustainable healthcare and environment because we are taking care of this environment and sustainability, healthcare. Same, who is taking care? The organizers, the participants, the listeners, all is taking care in this sustainable, for this implementation of sustainable development goal. All of us, as a teacher of school teacher, they are working for good education system, quality education, goal number 4. As a water engineer or what do you call, the pollutant checker, they are working for water under life below water. So all these goals, and this conference is also is part of the goal number 17. Sustainable means networking and collaboration. So all of us is working, not that single person is working for this one SDG goal. United Nations goal 17 goal is for agenda for 2030, and after 2030 again there will be some changes in these goals, but all these goals every person is working knowingly or unknowingly every time. Thank you.
Okay, Professor, last question from Reva. How is the caste system in India regarding a sustainable environment?
I don't have to study, means I have not studied the Indian scenario about the sustainable environment, but you can check in Google it. They will give more proper data and UNESCO and WHO data that how the environment sustainability is going on. Of course, there are many measures have been taken, like previously any religious function, everything, we throw everything in the water. Now we are not throwing. Suppose use the flower, etc., or the idol, they don't throw in the water. They keep beside the water. They don't allow to throw into the water. Previously, all the factory, they release the effluents in the water. Now they cannot release. So there are different environmental monitoring, what you call the policies that is restricted many persons. And of course, there are different persons, famous persons like Sundarlal Bahuguna. He has started Chipko movement. What is that? Don't cut tree. So that is a major challenge, means major movement in India, that you cannot cut tree. Then there are other environmental factors that you cannot cut soil. You cannot cut soil and send to other place. For that, many Indian businessmen, they buy soil from Malaysia. They take soil by ship from Malaysia to India. You think India don't have soil? India also have soil. But this is a business going on because for preventing the environment. So there are different aspects. And of course, there are different actions is taken about. And you can check in, again, I'm telling in it, there are different actions. I cannot tell in a single one. This is a big issue. Means many other factors and many other aspects are there. So you can check and find. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Dr. Sandip. Please have a seat.
Thank you.
Before we end up the session, I will summarize the session. The environment impact our health status. As we all know, the trias epidemiology, the relationship between host, agent, and environment are really applied to our life. So focus on that for having a good health. Okay, Professor, before we end up the session, I want to invite you to selfie with the audience first. Okay, please, the audience get up.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Again.
Okay. Proper photo from Alif.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. Again. W. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Sandip. The event will be back to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Mr. Wahyu and all of speakers for informative and insightful presentation today. We would ask you to stay because we would like to take a photo session and present the placards and certificate. Also ceremonial gift from STIKes Widya Dharma Husada Tangerang for your expertise in the session. And to present it, kindly be invited Mistress Dr. Savitri Rahayu Mars to occupy the space provided. The first will be given to Professor Dr. Sandi Podar by Mistress Savitri Rahayu. For the next will be given to Mr. Wahyu Gito as our moderator by Mistri Safitri Rahayu. Mistris Dr. Kylie Sandy Hojets will be given by virtually. And for the last, Mr. Dr. Rob Burton will be given virtually too.
Gentlemen, to close this event in the first day, we will present Bajidor Kahot traditional dance, which is the traditional dance from West Java, Indonesia. The traditional dance will be presented by midwifery diploma students of STIKes Widya Dharma Husada Tangerang. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bajidor Kahot traditional dance.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, those are the agendas we have presented to you today in the first day of the International Conference on Sustainable Healthcare 2022. On behalf of STIKes Widya Dharma Husada Tangerang, we would like to say thank you very much for your active involvement today. See you in the second day tomorrow. We are signing off. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.